Can you run away in the night when there's no time away? Can you fly? Wake me up someday in the night. No more lies to take another time. Can you run away in the night? When there's no light, no way amplifies. Wake me up someday in the line. No more hearts today, and no time. Can you run away in the line when there's no time away? Can you empathize? Wake me up someday in the night. No more lies to take, no time. Can you run away in the night? It's no crime to die and live again. In the light, risk again. You've been so far, so far away. It's not.
Don't forget us.
Thank you, Melody. You
You're
take care.
welcome. I'll drop something in the nest, I think. Okay. See you. Bye.
Bye, Melody. Take care.
After I met Melody in Lakota Man Space, and I saw the photograph of her and Reverend Warnock in a campaign office for the Reverend Warnock campaign. I was personally sold on Melody. Anything she says or does is just fine with me, acceptable. And she and Mr. Marty lived a life. She has her brilliant daughter, the scientist. And we haven't heard tale of the Calum Lacey, of how he's doing with the excitement of the hurricane.
You mean Callum? Well, Callum's in prison. I don't know that he knows that we were in danger or not. He's in prison in Scotland for protesting. He's a brilliant physicist. He's like Dr. Mann, working on solutions for the climate in crisis and the weather, and figuring stuff out for us. And he became excited and caught up in protesting against the genocide in Palestine, and so and it was a peaceful protest. Everybody goes, "Oh, you ruined $1 million worth of stuff," and they did not. They glued themselves to a roof, and how in the wide world does that cost £1 million to get cleaned up? Excuse me. Whatever. Their lawyer was a child as well, one of their schoolmates, and made a lot of mistakes. It was his first criminal case that he defended, and they never even asked the company to make any kind of accounting of how much money where these losses came from. And so poor kid is in prison for a year in Scotland. And then they said they did £1 million in damage, but then they charged each of the 5 protesters with $1 million in damage, which actually is illegal. So I don't know what's going on over there. I hope they get some new, but how kids are, though. They can be very loyal to their own classmates. And I hope he gets some better legal advice and all that. But it's very difficult to communicate with the prisoners. That's the bottom line. You DM me, I'll give you a link to, there's a comfort.
Yeah.
A comfort fund for them. They call the Tallis 5, THLES, Tallis 5, and they're easy to find on the internet. Okay, thank you so much for reminding me about my grandson Callum. He don't even know.
Well, I remember Callum and in jail in Scotland. I think too of Phoebe Plummer, who's got 2 years, and Roger Halem, who has 5 years. So we remember these people. I don't want to get into the politics of disruptive protest or not disruptive protest, nonviolent disruptive protest, whether it's a good thing or whether it's a bad thing. We spent 6 months arguing about it, got absolutely nowhere. I don't want to get into that issue. Just cut it off at the pass before it even begins. Melody Oliver wrote a really good piece on coal on our blog. You would make an excellent blog writer if you ever wanted to contribute a piece, Melody. We'd be delighted to have your thoughts. A short essay on anything.
Oh, send me a link. I'm not sure that I know where the blog thingy is right now.
Yeah, well, what you would do, I'll send you that, and as Janet will tell you. Hi, Janet.
I can DM you the information on that, Melody.
That'd be great.
Yeah, I think there's no doubt your point of view would be very interesting to everyone, and we're always looking for someone to write a blog post for us. And
oh dear.
Yeah, why doesn't? We were just talking, Nick, about Melody's grandson got 1.5 years. Phoebe got 2 years. Roger Halem got 5 years. How does Greta avoid these sentences?
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, it's a good job. Yeah.
I love her though. She's amazing.
Well, love makes the world go round. It's a matter of physics. Without love, we're pretty much just dead in the water.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to bed.
You do that. And get outside a little bit today. Everybody should get a little air. Check out.
Yes.
Oh, Alex, guess what we got in the mail? This is the kindness of people who only know me online. I won't say they're strangers because we talk all the time, but let me tell you how kind someone I've never met Someone I never met knows Mr. Marty doesn't drink. Just like you, Alex. He hasn't had a drink since 1989.
Very
And
good.
yeah.
And Laura
And,
Sue,
but they
Melody,
know, they
don't-
also know
Yeah.
I like a little bourbon, and someone had sent me some bourbon. So to make Mr. Marty kind of feel like he's all blending in, they sent him a bottle of spiritless, non-alcoholic bourbon. Isn't that sweet?
did you put a picture of that up?
I
think-
should. Yeah. I
Oh,
put a
I
picture of
saw it.
my bourbon. I put up a picture of my bourbon with just the one word, finally.
Right, of course, I noticed that, my alcoholic mind. And a shout out to Lost Sue, who hasn't had a drink in 37 years as well.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I think Marty's at 35 or something, or just about 35. It is. It's
Wow.
amazing. Yeah, God is good. Hey, I keep, I keep saying it might be the last words I can say before I get disconnected, and the connection keeps working. Thank you for your patience. I know I've been talking too much.
No, that's okay. You really know how we run the ship here. You know, the rules and the regulations and the ideas. And part of the whole concept of the club is for people in climate disasters, literally to provide support, to talk things out, to help, whatever. This is literally a big part of the concept here. It is for people who are currently suffering in disasters, to do what we can with the cafe conversation, with sharing information, etc. And then, as Nick says, with love, you know, getting the world going, keeping that world going around. Hurricane Helene was 420 miles across, 600 kilometers or something, 660 or something like that. A massive storm.
I understand she was 8 times the size of Katrina.
Yeah, I've seen comparative numbers. Just a huge monster storm. We call them hurricanes. They're called cyclones in the southern hemisphere, or typhoons. I'm not quite clear on that. Get some
Typhoon
clarity.
is in Asia. Typhoon is Asia. Hurricane is Hispanic, is Spanish, and cyclone I think is English.
Yeah, we can easily clarify that, but you know, as a club, expecting more and more climate disasters as we go into the future, getting better at the kind of communication we can do and providing assistance. Let's hear from JP. Where is JP? JP is in Kenya. Hello, JP. How are you?
I'm very fine. I'm very fine. I'm from Kenya, the northern part of Kenya. So I used to destroy. I used to do like timber sales. So during my entire time of doing business, I used to destroy a lot of trees. But come 2021, there was this period of drought. Actually, I felt now it's high time for me to advocate planting of trees. And from that time, I came and saw that climate justice, actually we were facing a lot of challenges because we used to destroy a lot of trees. We used to do charcoal burning. We used to deal with timber, and I saw it was not good. So right now, I do distribution of seedlings to my friends and to my community. I just want to make my community to be green. I'm a reformed person of destroying the trees. Yeah, so I'm very happy being here, and we just need to make our environment clean. Yes, I think that's all.
How do you keep the water coming? You mentioned about the drought. I know that the Great Green Wall to the north of you and the west of you has always had trouble with water provision. They've taken steps to try and overcome it with various tricks to catch moisture and so on. But my understanding is that a lot of new growing of trees has run into literally a drought wall when it comes to keeping the trees fed, basically keeping them watered. How do you manage that, JP?
Okay, what we are trying to manage it by planting during the rainy season. We have got a long rainy season. That's come from April to August. So that's the time we are trying to plant a lot of trees, because in terms of finance of getting these watering cans, we have a challenge. So I normally plant during the rainy season. Then now, when the rain has gone down, that's the time I make my seedlings. Then I use the little water to water the seedlings. As I time come April there, the seedlings will be ready to transplant. So I think that's what we are doing to make our environment clean.
It's always a challenge to try and catch the drought, between the drought and the rains, that moment when the seedlings or the young trees can perish. We've got people on here who they're not actually on today, but they come pretty regularly, and they do have issues with with drought, particularly when they've planted young trees. And of course, the other thing they have issues with is fire. Either natural fire, wildfire, or from people, idiots, starting fires, or whatever, vandalism and so on. How do you manage that? All right, do you, or is that an issue for you?
I like the phrase "watering the siblings." That's quite profound.
I didn't. Who said that?
JP just did when he's right as between April and August is the rainy season, and that's when you plant the trees and you water the siblings. We can get some stuff prepared for Lost Sue so we can spring that on him.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Nice one. Did you mean to say that, JP? Or did it just pop out, as it were? Maybe you meant it, I think. I think you did.
No, I think it's basic knowledge. You water the siblings. They are related. It's absolutely biological.
Yeah.
The plants are very closely related. They're relatives, and you water them. If you don't water the plants, they won't live. It's all very sensible, scientific, and truthful. And
it's very affectionate too.
Affectionate. Well, Nick was talking about love, and love gets super powerful, makes the world go around, and is a great energy. The positive, the negative, the heartbreak, the agony, the joy. But affectionate is a little easier going. A little warmth. The coffee's a little bit warm. It's not scalding like this. Right. I was so impressed, Oliver, that you picked out that wallpaper last night. I had commented to Loie on the wallpaper previously, and I had written on the chat about the nice wallpaper. But I couldn't believe you picked it out of the the list of suspects.
Disaster.
Yeah. I did invite Dr. Montano to this space. I don't think she went to one space previously, I think. She's quoted in the Washington Post today.
Great.
And we just loved her. She's no nonsense. I mean, just incredible. The specialist in disaster management that Sandy interviewed last night.
Yeah.
Samantha Montano. Very impressive. Yeah.
Difficult job.
I mean, she would make a Spaces host, right?
I think so, easily. Yeah, absolutely, easily.
The Prussian school, right? Everybody in order, and no messing around, and we're gonna whip this thing into shape. Sandy will tell us all about it.
But the chat settled down as well. Did you notice the chat actually settled down? It was all sort of matey and like distracted, and then it just gradually focused in on the disaster, as it were, and it actually got more disciplined, and people were starting to talk more about climate and about the disaster and the relation between the weather events and the and the climate crisis. And I did notice that actually that it got a little more serious. It was getting a little bit sort of picky and hot-headed early on, and it's kind of spun around a bit, which I thought was curious actually, and very useful too, because most of those people in there aren't really climate people. They're sort of a mixture of all sorts, aren't they? Doomers and kind of people just chancing in on the day. So to actually get them to be looking at the consequences of the climate crisis and all the awful disasters that happen because of it is a good thing. It doesn't take much, I think, to change minds and to get people to suddenly start realizing and thinking. I think it's not as bad as we all think. The
Right.
turning point.
Right. Certainly, the environmental coffee house community has a lot of progressive left doomers in it. There's little doubt of that. And Jim Massa, the hydrologist, he has a PhD in water science from Alaska, and he loves like Deep Purple and some good bands. Jim is clearly, and I've been chatting with him for years, clearly a really good guy. And Sandy's got the community there, an active community. It's all good, right? You and me and Kim were in there chatting with everyone. She's got her own Kim, and we just have to keep going, community after community after community.
It does have an impact. Definitely has an impact. Definitely has an impact.
Definitely has an impact.
It does. I'm starting to see it. You're seeing it in other ones as well. So it's a great idea, and people like the friendly approach. There's they like the sort of matiness and the easygoing approach. It helps.
Well, I had the woman who attacked me in the women's issue space on Wednesday.
Oh.
She came in to tell me what a misogynist I was and how wrong I had everything. So I dumped her, right? So then she went off and started a space about how awful I was and my co-host. And I was like, what kind of life is it? What are you doing? Why even bother? But Joel assures me that's what people do. Like that's normal. Soap opera, yeah. Your point that changing the mind slightly. Let's just go straight to Janet and see what she's thinking. Hi, Janet.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Do you want to go ahead and appoint another co-host? I do have to dip out.
Okay, thank you for letting me know, and we will carry on. Good to see you as always, Janet.
Have a.
Oops.
Oh, take care, Janet.
Yeah, I just demoted her as she was speaking. It was not handled well, but always good to see Janet. So Sandy does an excellent job. She's been doing this for 7 years. She knows what she's doing, and all the effects. I really enjoy the visual effects, right?
Fun, yeah.
Sounds and the graphics and the organization. All good, very good. And
I haven't worked out how do you actually get the question to go yellow yet, so I had to buy one. I had to buy a question. And I'm happy to do that.
See. Well, I really appreciated that. That you spent the £2 and
it's very little.
So did I. Can I speak for a minute?
Yeah.
In my chat, all you have to do is put a Q. And I try my hardest. I don't have to buy one. I mean, I've never.
I like the idea. I
only monetized a couple of years ago because I just simply can't afford my wife. And that's for many reasons. However, I just want to say something here. If the interview with Dr. Montano needs to be shared, because I don't know, I'm a very small channel. And I think that there were some really good points in there. And yesterday we were both very triggered by all the misinformation and disinformation that's floating around the internet. I am so triggered and angry. I want to do another stream all by myself just to rant about it. I've seen it on Twitter. I've seen the right-wing people like Glenn Beck, who is a paranoid, delusional person who is actually on the ground harassing FEMA down there, which should not be happening. And even a few people in my own ecosphere have come up and asked me, have you seen this? Oh my God, look what they're doing. And I just went off, and I'm done. I'm very angry, and I am disabusing people of the notion that there is disaster capitalism going on, and people are being bulldozed over, and it's just awful. It's just awful. The environment is awful, and I understand. Last night I kept my professional hat on, but it is not easy.
It's not easy, but you must be pretty good at it by now. I'm getting better at doing this, and it's just been 2 years. You've been, yeah.
Well, I wanted to cover the points that we covered, and I didn't want it to be sensationalism. I wanted to be informational, and that's, I think, how the interview came out. And thank you, Oliver and Kim,
Very
and
much.
everybody that came. You know, I know that you had to stay up very late for that.
I like it.
Oh, thank you.
I like staying up late.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate the support, because my channel is tiny and I don't put in what a lot of other YouTubers do, because quite frankly, I have disabilities that preclude me from doing a lot of sitting and things. Even though I'm out in my garden, I can control what I do, but I'm not a typical YouTuber. I'm not out there constantly throwing out content, shorts, all this stuff. I'm not. So I need a little help, and I never want to be like anybody else, and that's why I do the graphics. I give everybody their own intro. I don't have a format that's like anybody else.
One of the problems with the internet and the bullshitters and the frankly the criminally kind of almost insane is that if somebody threatens somebody's life, and that's been happening to a couple of people, climate scientists, and obviously to do with COVID as well, the police don't really take it very seriously. And what's the difference between online and real life? If you threaten somebody in real life, you get arrested straight away. No questions about it. But online, it's kind of like, oh, it's only online. That needs to change rapidly as well.
Absolutely. I agree. I have not been found by too many ugly deniers because I'm small. And even if I am, I'm not scared of anybody. I have no fear.
Yay! Yeah.
Yeah, Chloe.
I heard her, yeah.
Groceries.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We're not scared of that bear.
There's nothing to be scared of. I mean, it's fear, and you know, it's a culture of bravery. We're just sharing ideas. So we know about trolls. We know about ugly. I was just talking about the woman who was insulting me. I had 2 on his face on Wednesday, and it is true. Those people show up more in the big spaces with the popular, exciting people. So I mean, we're old people here. What the hell are they going to do at this point? We've seen it all by now.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I live in a very red area, and people are definitely brainwashed. There's a lot of Trump signs, and you know, a couple of years ago, I think I have said this already. I had a sign up outside, and my mailbox got knocked over. Now I have a camera, and if I put signs up, you know, that's it. I got you captured, and you want to touch my property. I have a very long driveway, and I do have a locking driveway gate, but it's, you know, it's not something I want to have to feel like I have to close and lock just because I want to put a political sign up. And my signs are not.
Reverend Papa's got the same thing, exactly the same. He
Yeah.
had exactly the same thing happen. I think he's done the same thing. I don't know exactly, but I think so.
Just ridiculous.
And you both have bears as well, which is rather
Yes,
interesting.
we have bears. But the whole point is, it's very sad that in this environment, if you want to put a sign up, and my signs are just really nice, actually. They're about my sign is diversity, hate doesn't make America great. They're those kind of things. And if people think that that's offensive, it's very sad, really sad. That's my flag now. I fly the ecology flag and I fly the hate doesn't make America great flag outside. I do what they do here, but they all fly ridiculous flags. I fly cool flags.
It's quite a fun video with Taylor. It's about Taylor Swift. Two guys go down to one of the rallies. You've probably seen it. It's quite funny. It's quite long. It's about 8 minutes long. And they interview people very politely and everything. And they obviously they mention Taylor Swift.
The good liars. Yeah, the good liars, right?
Yes, I think it is them. Yeah,
they're fabulous.
If you haven't seen it, it's very funny. It's very blue as well, of course. The air gets very blue very quickly, but it's worth seeing. It's fun.
Wow. I'm surprised Pup isn't here. He might be sleeping. The one time he was welding, he missed the first few hours because he got into a welding project and he forgot all about the space. I'm sure he'll be giving us a report any second. And what Oliver said has struck in my mind about that sudden just changing viewpoint. Robert, are you back with us? Is this working?
Yeah. I'm sure you can hear me. Connection's all right. I've had a few glitches. It's weird, isn't it, that even though you pay good money to get really decent broadband so you can get a better connection and you still have glitches and you still go offline. And I'm thinking to myself, my God, and that's with decent tech as well. So, I mean, you never know. Yeah, absolutely. So anyway, I'm just keeping my fingers crossed. And if I continue to have the blips, I continue to have them. But all being well, I can have a much better connection than I have done at previous spaces. I'm sure you've noticed. So we do live in hope, don't we? But it's weird.
Yeah. Well, Robert, I think you're encountering as a co-host the tech stuff of the app. It regularly.
I shouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, and not your tech, but the Twitter tech, because as co-host, one is regularly frozen or thrown off the thing. But the co-hosts are great help for the host, just to keep the space stable. And
if I can do my bit for you, Alex, then I've succeeded in providing something good for the space, and that's what matters.
Exactly.
So yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, we've got the three Anglo guys up top, which is not the look we're looking for. Said, I completely trust both of you. You're completely a central part of this club. And I have absolutely no doubt in both of your intentions, your environmentalism, your absolute determination to move this forward. And I think that quality is highly honorable and esteemed. Sandy had a very interesting interview last night with Dr. Montano, professor at the Massachusetts Maritime Academy of Disaster Management. And I almost felt like we need more interview, like that was just scratching the surface. Dr. Montano, yeah, go ahead, Sandy.
I'm looking right now, actively looking for someone to bring on, and I hope on Tuesday that's not too busy for animal rescue. That's the next thing. It's not just about the humans. It's about the animals. And I watch videos of farms and animals all over just being, displaced, and we don't know the counts of how many animals have been injured. But if anybody knows a rescue or a person that's reputable, that's working on it, that has time to talk to us, that's my next goal.
Yeah. That's how this hosting gig goes from goal to goal. I'm stuck on archaeologists, UFOs, and whatever Law Sue tells me. Yesterday, Law Sue was going on about ethics. I'm just, the Greek concept of ethics with Lakota wisdom. I don't know what that means. And I'm pretty sure Lost Sue has an iPhone that his grandkid gave him, and he's drinking his Mountain Dew talking to us. I'm not quite sure what that guy's up to. But yes, the animal rescue, I saw a photo of a woman holding a rescued puppy, and in the monster storms, there's absolutely no doubt that the cats and dogs and Melody had trouble with her goldfish. That was one of her big problems in Augusta, Georgia, was with her goldfish. She was worried about them if she had to evacuate and what to do with the goldfish. So
Daphne was all right. Daphne was all right though. Daphne
was fine.
Sat,
I think, yeah,
sat on the pond, sat on her little pond all the way through it.
That bird, remember when that bird survived the rednecks? The rednecks kidnapped Daphne.
Yeah.
So I think Daphne's a hardcore survivor.
Yeah, attitude, yeah, absolutely.
We environmentalists love the animals. Of course, the Native Americans love the four-legged nation. And Sandy's so right. We do need to look into the cats and dogs.
Yeah, there's one rescue I saw on Facebook, and I just want to make sure that they are, totally legit. It looks like they are, and I'm going to contact them. There are a few people I do know, but I want somebody that's involved in this particular kind of rescue, disasterology for animals. It's critical that we pay attention, because so many people just say, well, humans is that it? No, it's not. Our fellow sentient beings need help. And so that's where I am right now.
Well, and it's a very good topic for the environmentalists. Just that kind of topic that'll that they'll get their interest. I do know Ava, who's part of our club. Ava is a veterinary assistant in the Carolinas, a real animal person. And she said she'd probably listen anonymously to the space today, but she works for the vet named Ben.
Well, she could private message me if she has information, or somebody that's on the ground, somebody that's working there, doing this kind of recovery. I've seen videos, and they're heartbreaking. People do so often in these kind of disaster scenarios. They get out and they leave their animals behind. And being that I'm a 7-cat mama, of rescue cats, I have, I do worry. I have 7 cat carries lined up in the basement in my area, my safe area. But how do you herd 7 cats if you have like 10 minutes? But it's still a
trolley. You have a trolley. You have a wolf. You have a Wolfcroft trolley which folds up.
No,
you can
actually,
put every single box on.
They come to catnip. That's how I discovered.
Oh, yeah.
You have to have a big catnip plant. You can get them all, and that's how you get them into the cat carries. All 7 of them.
Our 17-pound orange cat who died tragically 2 years ago, he would just lie all summer in the catnip plant in the vegetable garden. I'm thinking about Ava, the vet assistant, who is a really, really good person and just loves animals. She does text me on Instagram often.
Well, maybe she's on the ground down there doing this kind of work. Who knows? A first responder for animals. That's really what I'm looking for. And another thing is the first responders are the salt of the earth. They are the selfless, giving people, no matter what discipline, whether they're in fire, police, whatever. The first responders are the people that we also should be cheering on, because these people are there. They are there. And all the people that sit online and complain and bitch and want to find fault and all that, you know what? Get off your ass and be a first responder then. And I'm talking about the young people that just want to, it's made me really angry, that just want to find all this crap on Twitter and spread all this bullshit. It just has triggered me, and I'm going to go outside and work in my garden today to just get it all out of me.
Absolutely. I mean, there's just nothing like the magic, and you're living in a beautiful place, but just getting outside, especially before the weather gets bad, because it'll be cold and
Well, yeah, I have
snowy.
to clean
Yeah.
everything up. I have to clean it all up in my beds. And my Amish neighbor's coming over to measure my garden
Oh.
beds for raised beds. And I don't know when he's coming, but I need raised beds. I need help because I'm getting old and I have really bad autoimmune arthritis. So hopefully he will be able to build that for me for April, start putting it in April, because I'm
Mm.
not giving up my life. I eat my own stuff all winter and I really don't go out a lot.
Well, after
back.
yesterday's YouTube with Dr. Jane and Rachel Donald, it's very, very wise of you to eat all your own stuff. Definitely not have anything to do with all the plastic wrap stuff in the supermarkets, because that interview was very scary indeed. I
Sure
mean,
it
it really.
was. And
You,
Rachel's amazing. She
Mm.
had, she's a journalist and she's her platform's growing. This is what she's doing. This is her main thing in life. And I was really happy to see Jane, to see a successful one. My interview with Jane was very small, although I did repost it. Jane is wonderful. She's not far from me. And we
Mm.
are planning on meeting one of these days. I hope before the snow.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's really nice. And
She
she's really
is.
organized as well. She's a mine of information, isn't she? Yeah. You have to
Yes.
concentrate really hard. It's like, okay, I get it. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're only an
no.
hour and
Oh,
a half
no.
from each other. Yeah, she's a mover and a shaker like Rachel is, and I appreciate both of them. And a lot of people feel, oh, it's so competitive. I don't. I'm not competing with anyone. Rachel has a voice, and she has Planet Critical. Get out there. I've noticed more and more people that are talking about the poly crisis that we are facing, and I think it's terrific. And to feel any kind of competition or negativity about that is awful. And I
Yeah.
certainly hope nobody does. The more voices, the better. And since
Right.
I've started, there have been more voices because there weren't as many at all.
Definitely more female voices too. I've noticed of with a good push on them and a good attitude to it.
Yeah,
That's
thank you.
definitely gone up as well. I've got a bit of wind here, so I'm gonna
Yeah.
just mute.
I find that that my adventures with Dr. Mike are on pause now. We did 2 months of large scale spaces with popular people like Bad Company, Jack Hopkins, Nan Waitley, and Lakota Man, of course, who is just something else. But when you talk to Lakota Man, when you talk to these people that are much more popular, Sandy, that get a big audience. We had spaces with 6,000 people, and those guys are so good at talking to the big population, but they're just not as fascinating, not as interesting. Lakota Man just says something about like a feather in a teepee and gets 30,000 likes. It's beautiful the way he can do that, to speak to a huge number of people. And it's fascinating to watch in real time, talking to him, his mind working. But these guys like Jack and Bad Company, they're much more just naturally suited to huge popularity. But for me personally, the conversation isn't as spontaneous, fun, and interesting, deep in the weeds in this material. And that's a trade-off personally. I'm very glad. I'll leave Jack and Lakota Man the popular stuff. They can get to 500,000 followers, the 80,000 retweets. I see like Kim and Oliver have liked my tweet, and I'm happy. What do you think of that, Sandy?
I think that's fine. I couldn't even imagine thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people following the channel. Although, of course, it would be lovely, but it's just never been my aim. My aim is just information, interviews, interesting people. I don't know what it is. I've just never been that person.
Well, as I'm saying, what Dr. Mike is way more, he's got way more powerful, influential. But when I was in that world a little bit, I just didn't think it was much fun. I was just doing the work, keep kicking the trolls out, interviewing people, keeping the show going. And it really wasn't as intellectually interesting as the, you know, the smaller scale discussions with interesting people. And that's much more what I want to do. I keep chatting with you all. Let's say hi to Effie. See what's on her mind, what's going on.
I
Hi,
just say
Effie.
one thing. Have a great day, everyone. I'm going to take myself off and be a listener. I have a lot of chores, but it has been wonderful.
I wanted to say to Sandy that I saw a post, and I can't remember what group it was, but it was a group of beautiful people. They rescued horses and goats that people left behind, and the horses would have drowned. I mean, they would have drowned, and it was just beautiful rescue. I wish I could remember off the top of my head. And then you mentioned this supermarkets and stuff. I've forgotten because I was waiting, and now it's not kind of.
Oh, plastics. Plastics.
Yeah, plastics.
It's got to be the plastics.
I had to go to Walmart, which I boycott if I can. But this lady, first of all, the clerk, how I can't think how I want to say it. Anyway, she shorted me $10, and it was intentional. But that's beside the point. So when I realized it, you know, I said, you know, I gave you 100, and you credited like 80 something, and it wasn't posted on the receipt that I gave her 100. And so she gave me the 10. She was going to give me the 10, but she says, wait till this lady. And this lady that was, you know, I was already out of line. Anyways, she had 3 kids, and I have nothing against people having, you know, I come from a large family, which I still can't fathom. But she had, I think, like a 6-month, a year and a half, and maybe a 5-year-old with her. And I overheard her talking to the clerk, and she asked, she goes, well, you know, anyways, she ended up saying, I have 5 girls and 3 boys. And she had one on the way, definitely not one on the way. And it took me like a half an hour, you know, to check her out. And the stuff that she bought, everything was in plastic bags. I buy cloth bags, and you can buy big bags for like $2, you know, from the store. It's unbelievable. But she had probably 20 plastic bags, and the stuff that she bought was all prepackaged, like chips. You know, they had, I don't know how many are in a case, but they're all little bags, so more plastic. She had so much stuff. Like, I remember, you know, like with my kids and even working, I made my, you know, I made snacks and stuff. And it wasn't hard, but it was totally processed food. Everything, all the sweet stuff, all the junk. And I'm just thinking, you know, climate crisis. This is one person that is contributing to the climate crisis. And I don't know how she did it. She took like 3 shopping carts home, you know, and she had to have help out. She had the 6-month-old in a little carriage, and the 5-year-old was, you know, taking care of her. They all were really well behaved, but it just blew my mind. And I thought, how many people are out there, you know, doing this? It's just. And then I had to go, I guess I went in an aisle where they had diapers, and I'm thinking, I remember having cotton diapers. I remember boiling diapers on the stove, you know, to sanitize them after you wash them. And like, nobody uses, you know, cloth diapers anymore, and it's just so much, and it's really sad. That's all I have to say. Hello, did anybody hear me?
Yeah, we're still here.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I'm just busy here, trying to get organized.
Oh.
And we've been discussing lots of stuff today, from Hurricane Helene. We chatted with Melody. Going South has this going on YouTube with a chat. We've heard lots from Sandy in the Environmental Coffee House. The interesting discussion last night with Dr. Montano about disaster management, the real nuts and bolts of how do you operate? What is the process when these disasters in the USA, when these disasters happen? Dr. Montano sure was an expert on that, sure was organized and solid, a role model almost of just sanity, focus, and capability. Many of us are not so strong on the capability front for our creative minds. I'm a little at a loss for words for once.
I think that Dr. Montano was basically, when asked the question, what would you do to prepare for a disaster, she put it straight onto the human preparedness rather than the material preparedness. In other words, she didn't talk much about getting stuff ready in forests or getting certain things sorted out for rivers and for dams and stuff like that. It was much more about people preparedness. I thought that was quite interesting in a way, that she's absolutely focused on that, whereas the other side of it, the being prepared with, you know, your infrastructure, I don't know how much that is being looked at generally. Now that we're in the teeth of these conditions, it's going to go on happening. So I wonder what's going to come out of that in terms of preparedness of infrastructure itself. And that's everything, by the way.
Yeah, we're and there's something related to what we've been doing here over 97 weeks of getting ready for the climate refugees who move into our space here. You know, people just like Melody, who came here. She was very shaken to hear some friendly voices, to know we're here thinking of her. That helps. That psychologically, emotionally helps. And that's certainly been part of our plan all along, to be here as these events unfold globally. And Dr. Montano there is very New England, right? From Maine, teaching in Massachusetts.
Absolutely. She sounded like Seven Talis, I think, Suzuki's daughter. She sounded just like her. I couldn't believe it. I thought, is it her? I thought, and it wasn't. It's not her. She isn't her. But she sounds absolutely just like her. If you listen carefully, I'm always big on voices of people, who they sound like, and it was quite striking. Seven Suzuki being the Rio girl who got up and actually flattened the whole conference at Rio with her talk about climate change and the climate crisis. She was like a pre Greta, as it were. You probably know her. She's absolutely amazing. She's all grown up now with children of her own, clearly. But she was an extraordinary voice at that conference.
Well, the Rio 92, the Stephen Barlow thought that now the thing was solved. I did have some good chats with Stephen this week. Always Premium. Yeah, I love good voices too, for sure. And that's what's so great with this format is hearing people's voice. Then there's your article, your blog post with the coal that I haven't
yes.
really studied yet, but I think it's like straight to the point. Like, okay, we're talking fossil fuels, we're talking carbon dioxide. How did the history of this massive fossil fuel, where did it start? How did it begin? Well, it began with coal in England. That's it. There's no getting around it.
The idea of this blog was to try and get a bit more pictorial content. Now, I don't know how difficult that is for Janet to sort out. It might be. It struck me afterwards that putting vids up, even short ones, might be quite tricksy. But I put it back to her, and she may have revised it slightly and put it back in again. I don't know, but I hope so in a way, because the concept really of the blog was to take Britain as basically the start, the founder, the starter of the coal industry and the Industrial Revolution, and to compare it to Australia today, who are absolutely demented for their use of coal still. They're opening up another couple of 1.5 billion tons of the stuff for export, because it's such a great earner for them. They haven't got that much. Well, they probably have if they are more creative about it. It was comparing that like for like now, because Britain obviously has stopped coal completely now in every aspect of its use. It's gone. That's it. It's over. It hasn't gone. It's in the ground. It's there. If they find a way to use it that doesn't emit, then they probably start using it again. But for now, it's gone. However, the Aussies are basically, not only are they producing massive amounts of open cast coal, they are doing it on the indigenous lands, sacred lands. And there was one of the vids is about one of the 4 tribes actually on their land. They've got a protest going. So if you'd like to look at the coal blog, it's probably worth it. It's not a very long read. It's not too tedious, and it does have some interesting angles. Scott Morrison is in there doing his stunt too, by the way, in Parliament, which is always A, very entertaining, and B, very telling about politicians and fossil fuels. So there you go.
Yeah. Coal is where it started, the mass use in factories in the United Kingdom there. And from a logic point of view, it's appealing to think if that's where it started, that's probably where it ends. What goes around comes around.
Yes, indeed. I mean, hopefully that will happen with the G7. That Britain will do this thing of giving up coal, and all the others will say, "Oh, we've got to do that too now." Then, we've got to look as though we are, in charge of ourselves in a sensible way. So hopefully, but on the very day that they did that, they then announced £23 billion worth of carbon capture storage, which is absolute nonsense, as we all know. So there's a contradiction there completely, I'm afraid.
Well, I think politics means contradiction in ancient Greek, and I strongly suspect. Coal is where it started. It should be where it ends. I mean, you can see that black brick that you burn and get huge amounts of energy out of. You can then spin things around. You can make steam. You can go all kinds of powerful engines going that are just way more powerful than horses or donkeys or mules or oxen or water buffalo or anything. And this entire civilization, the explosion of population, of goods, is created by this use of the fossil fuels. And then we have all the accompanying problems. So logically, where you start with this coal should be the beginning of the end. And in this club, we've looked at coal very little, as it is recognized as the worst criminal of the fossil fuels, the first one to go. I believe Germany just got rid of their last coal burning plant. In New England, I believe so. In New England, our last coal burning plant is scheduled now for 2028. And they're going to put a solar farm on the property right over the old coal plant, which is a good idea. Just keep it moving. And you see, like South Africa, the 89% of their electricity is produced by coal now. Now that's not working. That's creating problems. And again, I seem to always have the propensity for going macro, for looking at the entire Earth, the 8 billion cubic kilometers where we live in, the area we live in, is the volume we live in, is the 8 billion cubic kilometers. That's where all this life is, all the human beings. So my mind just always goes straight to the macro, gets right out of the weeds, devil's in the details, skips all this to the large picture. We know from that engineer point of view that we have enough supplies. We've got enough malaria medicine, we've got enough food, we've got enough clothing, we've got enough housing that we can take care of all these people. We can start rewilding, we can start repairing the oceans and the air. From a practical macro point of view, these things can all be done. So why isn't it being done? Why did we make more CO2 than any other year in 2023? We know it can be done. We have to find the path to getting that done. And that path goes right through people, 8 billion people. So that's the goal of this club, is to communicate to the 8 billion people, particularly in English. I don't know what the number is, 2 billion people speaking English, something like that. And to get this done, we've discussed this endlessly. What are the obstacles? What are the roadblocks? Why isn't it happening? Now, Professor Mann did say the other day that the preliminary data shows that the CO2 emissions will be down for 2024. Once that's substantiated, that's a huge step forward.
Are you sure it was CO2? Are you sure? It wasn't new carbon, was it? It's worth
He
checking
said
that
carbon.
one.
Yeah.
I think,
he
yeah,
did.
it's a definitely one to check, because he actually had to check somebody about that himself. You know what he's like. And it stuck in my brain that I think it's the carbon. The CO2 is a harder one. Yeah, sure. So many sources, you see.
Yeah.
But that is the carbon is a big one as well. Yes, it's a very
So
encouraging one.
the CO2 from burning fossil fuels, is that what you mean?
No, I think it's there's a complex, there's a wrinkle in it. I even have to check it myself.
Yeah.
But it's not the CO2 per se, it's the carbon. So one to check.
Well, they won't fail. That was preliminary data, so it wasn't substantiated. And of course, the year isn't over yet. We've got a few more months to burn a lot of carbon and really crank it up. So it's not set in stone yet. But we will. We know we always hear the data. We don't fail to hear it. And certainly if it gets lower, they'll tell us what it is and they'll tell us exactly what it means. But regardless, it sounded like very good news to me.
Yeah, well, he keeps saying it, and I think it must be good news, actually. Certainly. He said it on live on CBS, didn't he?
Yeah.
What's his name? I've forgotten his name.
Bill Nye.
Dr. Nye. Bill Nye.
Yeah.
Bill Nye. That's right. Exactly. That's where I first heard it, and I thought, wow, that's amazing. But it's a complicated bit of data, I think. Easy to fall into a trap there. I have to check it, as I say, as well, because
Yeah, I mean, there's data. You make a scientific hypothesis. You get an idea, right? All English stonemasons like volleyball, right? That's a hypothesis. So then you go collect the data, right? You interview 1,000 English stonemasons and ask them if they like volleyball. You get yes, no, maybe. You get the hard data, then you make a little graph. And that's what it is. The problem we constantly are getting into and the fights that constantly erupt, the data is hard. 37, gigatons of carbon. That's hard data. Nobody disagrees. 40,000 people dead of gunshot wounds, that kind of thing. That's hard data. The problem gets in when everybody starts to predict the future, interpret the data and what that means a month from now, a year from now, or 10 years from now. And why they keep doing that and then start fighting about it, I think is incredibly stupid, like really dumb. If you notice, I never do it. I'll say things that are true about the future, like the moon will be going around the earth 10 years from now. I'll say things like that, but I never make any of these predictions. And I listen to people getting in vicious fights about 2070, and I just think it's incredibly stupid. I wish they would stop it. I guess
pointless.
we should, listen to Robert now.
Yeah, well, if you can bear it, if you can bear it, all well and good. I just want to touch, being as there's no hands up for a few minutes, I want to touch on the circumstances, the ongoing circumstances with the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. I'm sure many of you have already been reading comparisons on X from various sources about the severity of Helene compared to Katrina over those X amount of years. And I want to say that if the public don't realize for a second just how intense a situation is unfolding across the planet in terms of hurricanes, typhoons, and the British equivalent, which is Oliver, help me for a second. The British equivalent to it. Thanks, Oliver. Yes, that's the one. Yeah, cyclone. Yeah.
It doesn't sound very English, does it? Actually,
no, but it just went through my head. You know how these things are.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And the thing is, it's getting that message across with us with an impact in a way that the global public can embrace. That's the difficult one here, because we've got these extreme weather events that are happening totally beyond our control. They're smashing communities, smashing cities, towns, villages. And as I've said in my material with the work that I do, once your infrastructures are shot, you've had it. It doesn't matter whether politicians still think that they can take billions and trillions of dollars in backhanders from the oil industry between now and another 30 years. It just ain't happening, because there won't be anything left. If we think that we're in dire trouble now, we don't have the slightest clue what dire trouble means. I can honestly say, from the way that the events are unfolding in 2024 and have gone last year, 23, 22, 21, and going backwards, that the severity of these cyclones, hurricanes, and typhoons across our planet are just going to increase and increase and increase. The warmer the more we continue to warm our planet's atmosphere, the more CO2 we pump into it with absolutely complete abandonment. I'm talking about the perpetrators and the destroyers that are doing it. I've said it before so many times, till I'm blue in the face, that these people that are responsible for this, there is only one language that they will understand, and that's prosecution. You cannot see it any other way. They won't understand to a slap on the hand and a few billion-dollar fines. That's not going to cut it. It's going to be necessary now for mass prosecution trials, Nuremberg style, across our planet, for the perpetrators that are still willfully enabling the collapse of our planet's systems with investing more oil subsidies. I mean, it is absolutely criminal. There's no two ways about it. We've got mass collapse of these extreme weather events, and we still have politicians with the oil industry and all their enablers investing trillions of dollars in more subsidies. It cannot be allowed to continue. I know I'm on my soapbox here with this, to the point of being absolutely boring to death, but it cannot be said often enough, and it cannot be shouted loud enough. I'm afraid to say that Nuremberg-style trials are very much what's needed. I actually read that sentiment, or one of the big people on Twitter. I cannot remember
just out off the top of my head who it was. It could well have been Mr. Matthew Todd, who I have huge respect for, who's a writer. I'm sure you know. He's got a big following base of 58,000. And he's a great writer, and he puts things across with such clarity, such integrity, such clear-cut ability to be able to put across the wording needed of the events that are taking place across our planet. And of course, the willful neglect of the media. Well, don't let me get started on the soapbox with the media. I could probably fill programs and programs worth of what I think of the inability of our global media to get to grips with the perpetrators of this collapse. I'm afraid to say, though, as we all know here, and the people who are listening off this platform of the Saturday Spaces now, we all know that the media have been subjectively paid off. To what extent, we can't put a figure on it as yet, but they have definitely been paid off by all those within this corrupt system that are enabling this level of subsidies to collapse our planet's systems at the rate they are being collapsed. And I'm afraid to say that when I say the media are complicit in the terms of what I'm saying now and the terms of what I say online in my work, I've never said truer words. And I mean every single one of them. Every single time I see a lack of understanding by media to show integrity within reporting mechanisms, to actually speak the truth for a change on the severity of the collapse that's unfolding daily around us before our eyes. And I see none of it still happening with the media. And that is why I continue to call the media out on a daily basis, and will continue to do so, as I'm sure all of you have seen with the work that I do. It has to be said that a level of ability to be able to get to the root core of the silence is now completely needed. I cannot stress that highly enough. I know I'm probably getting subjectively here. I'm getting a little bit off kilter with my original talking here of the events to do with Hurricane Helene. I've got so much to say about that. I could probably fill space after space. And I don't want to get too repetitive and boring. Otherwise, I might lose a fan base. So, but it cannot be stressed highly enough that in terms of what's happening with Hurricane Helene, what has happened, I'm afraid to say that our current path of what we are on at the moment, without drastic and major and completely restructuring of our society systems from top to bottom, within the oil industry, every single part of it, within politicians, governments, within the workings of government, within the way that governments are still owned by the oil industry, all has to go. It all has to stop. I'm afraid to say if we don't put a stop to that within the next 5 years, what you see now, as I've just said, it's just the tip of the iceberg. The sheer amount of collapse that you're going to see. You're just going to see town after city, after village, after community underwater. All the infrastructure's gone. All the life support systems that make that community what it is. Washed away, disappeared, zero, zilch, underwater. And I'm afraid to say, when we get to, just imagine a situation where every single city, town, village is completely underwater or burning across our planet. Do you think politicians might finally understand what's going on? I think so, don't you? Because
No, I don't.
I
well,
don't.
maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe, yeah. Maybe
Taking
that.
from the native
Yeah.
in the room, I don't think they'll ever get it. Their
Maybe.
greed is too much.
Yeah. Sorry, I was looking for the voice then. Who was speaking there? Sorry,
Lost Sue.
Was it
Yeah,
Lost
that was-
Lost Sue? Was it Lost
that
Sue
was
there?
Lost Sue.
Sorry, my
Yeah.
friend. Yeah, you're probably absolutely right. Actually, I'm afraid to say that such is the level of not being able to clarify situations within political power. I can honestly say I've seen it all with the level of sheer turning one's back on humanity, turning one's back on civilization,
On
political
Mother
power,
Earth, man. Turning
and
the
Mother
back
Earth.
on Mother Earth.
Yeah, absolutely. It cannot be stressed highly enough. Every single facet of the workings of our Earth is being turned its back on, and has been for decades and decades and decades. And of course,
How about millennia?
well, yeah, absolutely. I
We
couldn't
get
agree more.
Robert.
I couldn't
This
agree
is
more.
Robert's first opportunity as co-host. Robert, we got a hand.
We have. I shall be quiet. Lost Sue, please. I give you the floor, Lost Sue. Please, speak with us. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Okay. Scientists have known what was going on with this since like what, the 1940s, 30s even. They've told the government time and time again, and not a single fucking thing was done about it. Instead, they just made more laws to permit it. They don't give a shit, to be honest. I mean, let's just be real. They're more concerned about what they're going to get in their pocketbooks. And that's all they care about.
You're absolutely right, Lost Sue, if I may interject there for a minute. I couldn't agree more with your words. It's totally right. They've never been had the capacity or the integrity.
Robert, let him go onward. Yeah, go on, Lost. Carry on.
Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. No, it's okay. Look, I say this often. What they've done to us indigenous people around the world is what they're going to do to everyone. And we can already start to see this. Because they only care about one thing, extraction. That's all they've ever cared about. That's been the program since day one for them. So I don't know, outside of like literally tearing it all down and like rebuilding better, I don't see any way forward outside of that. I mean, to be honest with you, I'd like to say, we can, hold hands and sing Kumbaya and everything will be rosy and tozy. But that's not reality, is it, folks? Right? But we do have to do something. That is definitely for real. We do have to do something. But what do you do when your government won't do anything? And they just allow these corporations who don't give a fuck about the climate living in a healthy planet or even existing. That's the ultimate question, right? And with that, I see Reverend Pup. Patunwa. Revolutionary mindset. But I know not everybody is in a revolutionary mindset. So either way you slice it and dice it, we got to do something. We just can't, if we want to see ourselves, our kids, our grandkids, our great grandkids have any type of future and any type of life, we got to do something. And I'm not trying to be doom and gloom. It's just a fact of reality. With that, thanks, Alex, for letting me speak, and Robert and Oliver.
No problem, Lasso. Thank you for saying what you've said, my friend. I completely agree with you. Thank you
Yeah,
for speaking.
we got to unpack a few of these things before we get to David, who I'm looking forward to speaking with. Lasso has informed us that he's a revolutionary. We know the mighty Dr. Montzarni's a revolutionary. I know many other revolutionaries. My family history is revolution. I mean, it's just part of the family tradition. But I do think that it's a gigantic, massive problem. It's got to be faced. And there are ways of facing it other than burning it down. Not that I'm against burning it down as an option, but that there are many options and we've got to look at all of them. It's an excellent topic and worth talking an awful lot about. What we found in this club is even before even getting to solving the problem, the step before solving the problem, like approaching how to solve the problem, approaching how to get together to solve the problem. Like the steps leading up to even beginning to solve the problem is what we're working on.
Alex, if I can just say we have a hand up. David, I think he'd like to speak. Sorry to interrupt you there.
Absolutely, and I had a great conversation with David this week. He's fascinating in California, and he knows many of our great science fiction writers, and he's very, very interested in this climate crisis and so forth. So, David, how are you doing today? Are you having some coffee?
Oh, I've already had coffee, so I'm full of bad puns and optimism, you know, the usual annoying self. Hi, everybody. I'm actually here with my eldest daughter, so she's listening in, so you can all say hi to Sophia.
Hey, Sophia, glad you're with us.
Greetings.
Hi, Sophia.
Hey.
How to put someone on the spot and embarrass them at the same time. Hey, listen, I've got three quick thoughts, because usually I ramble a bit. First of all, because I'm an optimist, you know, that's why I'm working on the Crops Project, because the 16 of us and hopefully more soon, you know, we see a way of turning crop residue into, you know, carbon sequestration. Translation, what do? Well, number one is there's a difference between a revolution and a rebellion. Rebellion is based upon sheer frustration. Revolution comes from the word meaning to revolve or turn around. The American Revolution was a true turnaround. We didn't need kings, and we could do things ourselves. That was a huge revolution. I'm not happy the Supreme Court has now said we can have kings again without responsibility. So unfortunately, we've taken a huge step backwards to pre-revolutionary times in the country. But in terms of solutions, you know, the way you solve the fossil fuel industry is you boycott the product. Now, if we did that right now, literally billions of people would starve, because we've got fossil fuels in the entire chain of food production, transportation, distribution, preparation. So, you know, we need to go back to using natural methods. We need to go back to using, or go forward to using renewable energy and things like that, since having energy means you're leveraging your capability. The more energy you have, the ocean currents for sailing and things like that, especially for sequestration. So number one, focus on revolution versus rebellion, which means turning things around in the right direction. Number two, focus on renewables instead of fossil fuels, which then will eventually allow you to boycott and not buy. Because if they can't sell it, then they don't have the money to extract it. It's important to remember every person on the planet is feasible without more people suffering. And then the third thing, which I'm focused on, is the crop solution, which is crop residue ocean permanent sequestration, which means you take the other half of what agriculture produces, both natural and industrialized, you take the crop residue and you give it back to the earth by speeding up the recycling process of carbon, which means we stop storing carbon in the air as a form of pollution and put it back in the deep ocean where it belongs. So that's my, 2-minute summary on life, the universe, and everything at the moment. And notice, Alex, I've refrained from not doing any punishment from bad puns because I'm well aware they let me out of the penitentiary too soon.
Right.
Thank you.
And I
Well, remember, wherever you go, there you are.
exactly. Yeah. I'm still stuck with Lost Sue's words.
Theater.
Yeah. Hey, Pop.
What's that Fire Sign Theater quote? Wherever you go, there you are.
The fog and into the smog. It's Nick Danger, and then the other one where, oh, my name's on the door, Rick Nadkasin. Which, if you think about it, in the old movies, it was a glass door, and you read it backwards.
You're probably the only individual I've ever bumped into that knows Rick Nadkasin. Anyway, thank you for warming up my morning and giving me a chuckle.
Yeah. David personally knows lots and lots of the great old sci-fi writers quite well. And he helped Jerry Pournelle get off of alcohol decades ago. We want to celebrate Lost Sue just announced he's had 37 years without a drink. I'm on 16. Mr. Marty, we heard, is on 31. So we could turn this into an AA meeting, forget about the climate and the environment and everything, and go in a different
I'll drink to
direction.
that.
Well, the in its modern Western Euro form has existed since
Well,
the
what's the
guy.
expression? Oil's well and all's well.
Yeah.
Yes.
The TV show Flipper with the dolphin. One of the tech guys on that show. Ten, 20, 60,000 years, 200,000 years. Their people have been studying the Earth. They know what they're talking about. I think we all agree on that. I don't think there's a debate there. And then again, Lawsuit gave a great speech with much to unpack and unravel. And I guess we have to leave the revolutionary question behind for now. I do regularly take that up personally with Dr. Zarni, who just wants to burn the whole planet down. So he's just raving all the time. Anyway, I think Pop's had enough coffee. The cat has returned home, which is a wonderful piece of news. I was saying my cats, I had 2 or 3 cats that went out for 3 weeks and returned. So Pop's cat is back with us.
Oh, good. Yeah, excellent.
Yeah, but he's spent enough time in the wild where now he's very skittish of everything, including, coming back inside. Anyway, but I'm solving that problem by luring him with food. He's not a hunter. Mom never taught him to hunt. So guess what? I am the food provider, and he loves his food. So I'm luring him back inside. Listen to Lost Sue, and the first thing I want to again, I want to reiterate it is many natives after he's gone. And really what that embodies is we're in it for the long haul. Somebody else may fuck it up, but we're persistent and we'll be here after they aren't. I've been a warrior probably for at least a third of my life. So when you talk about revolution, you have to have a viable battle plan, understanding that 30 seconds into any conflict, the battle plan is going to change. There's plenty of quotes for that by famous generals and shit like that, but you have to have a battle plan. Society, I don't see a viable battle plan to eliminate the fossil fuel companies. Dave, your lawsuit was right, or maybe Dave said it. I forget. I had. You put those businesses out of business. The problem with that is that they've hornswoggled probably 90 some percent or high 90 some percent of the world to believe that they're the only way to do it. And I don't see how currently, it may change, and I'm hopeful, but I don't see how that's going to change anytime in the near future. I don't, and if it doesn't change in the near future, our kids, grandkids, and great grandkids, Christ's sakes, I'm thinking about my great grandkids that I haven't even been born yet, but are probably very but I in that regard, I don't see it. I see the earth turning into something pictured in Mad Max, a Mad Max movie. So, what do you do? Well, I don't know what you do, but what I'm doing is starting to prepare my kids and grandkids with the basic concepts of this is the best time of your life. It's not going to get any better. As a matter of fact, it's going to get worse. And you've got to start by showing them, by being an example. You're missing one egg from making cookies, and you can just run to the local convenience store, which is, fuck, 2 blocks away, and then buy half a dozen eggs and then finish making cookies. That's just not going to happen anymore. That's those things because Alex, you were the one that I forget who you're recording, but we got to have 3.5% of the population to get some kind of a movement going, and we're not anywhere near that. Interestingly enough, one of the things that I and my best friend are working on is you guys probably aren't even aware of this, but you know what CB radios were radio service. And they are working on setting up GMRS repeaters. He's in Denver, such that we might be able to, when kind of interesting. It's not very expensive to get into, of course. But you know, for $35, you get the ability to use a handful of channels. The communication is extremely clear. Radio for $16 off of Amazon. And it's got about out there about it. But you've got to start planning for if you want to survive. You've got to start planning for the worst, and you know, just get your mind wrapped around the idea that, you know, in 5 or 10 years, you know, shit ain't gonna be the way it is today. Anyway, but you know, the purchase transportation, I can't. It's, you know, that shit's gonna go away. If you listen to CNBC in the morning, by the way, with this conflict going on over in the Middle East, that correlates to, you know, here in Minnesota, you know, $4, $5, $6 a gallon for gas. What are you folks going to do when gas hits $6 a gallon? Can you afford to go to work? You know, statement, look around you and find one thing that doesn't have a fossil fuel component in it. And you can't do it. You can't do it. You know, the closest I, that's the only thing. Everything that surrounds you has a fossil fuel component in it. If fossil fuels go away, imagine what your world is going to look to a dystopian environment. The workers for fossil fuel companies are going to die off. Because guess what? They're not prepared for it. If the workers die off, down to blah, 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 you know, that industry will die. Literally from attrition. And they'll shoot themselves in the head doing it. You know, that of preparing for the, you know, preparing for your dystopian and your kids and your grandkids and your great grandkids dystopian future. It's gonna happen. I don't see it turning around. I'll shut up for now. I need more coffee.
Thanks.
Thank you, Pup. Thanks, Pup.
Yeah, always a lot to unravel there. The legendary Pup Tentacle in northern Minnesota. We didn't hear about a report on the bear yet. That's always one of my key topics each week. Is it the but then the old people all told us how lucky we were that we weren't in World War II. And I'm don't even comment on what lawsuit was saying. Pulp was
Feel free. Feel free, Alan.
I don't know what it is about lawsuit. All humans and all the animals and all the plants and all life. So there's so much good stuff here. I think we'll turn it over to David.
There's never thought. You know, when I think of Nivens, the magic. And I mean, for several years, we lived up in the mountains. We had electric vehicle. We had solar power. We were truly off grid, and it's totally doable now. But it requires an investment. World, you know, it doesn't work because we have to travel. We have to use airplanes, and eventually we have to sequester carbon to offset the impact of having to travel in order to try to be a 1,000-year thing. And with all the conversations here, it gets the mind going. Everybody here has got so many viewpoints. It's phenomenal. So I was busy thinking about how you communicate, because like we have family radio system for emergency. I'm a big emergency preparedness person. But I don't want it to be collapse of civilization. About what happens after we, you know, have a nice electromagnetic pulse from a nuclear detonation in orbit. I mean, the fun one was when they were experimenting with, you know, the prime experiment setting off a nuke. Think towards, you know, massive destruction. You've actually got to bury a lot of your stuff and be ready to dig it up. a la Panic in the Year Zero movie. But to make a long story short, you can communicate if you know how to program a little bit your Wi-Fi router. I've done you already have the equipment with a little bit of software, or a lot of it's freeware. You can literally build wireless communications home to home, several miles, and basically you can build a hop, skip, and a jump communication system, which for some funny reason the wireless carriers to be able to communicate with people, but it's all been forgotten because it's so easy to spend your $30 a month with T-Mobile and get unlimited high-speed data. But just know there are a ton of ways that so-called survivalists can survive as long as your equipment collapse. But otherwise, we're just, like in the Merry Minuet, what nature doesn't do to us will be done by our fellow man. We need to, actually get really serious about climate change mitigation fast. The white man, I mean, some of the members of our team are huge, animal lovers. I mean, the species extinction rate is so terrible at the moment. And like David Castleman with EcoFlix is working so hard. He's individually saving elephants when he can to protect, all the mammals and all the reptiles. It's just, we've got a lot of work cut out for us in cleaning up the mess that we've made the last 50 or 100 years. And I was there for the first other than golf carts, and they still work efficiently. So make a long story longer, we got a lot of work cut out for us, and there's a huge amount you can do to be prepared for about anything if you so choose. So that's somewhere between wild-eyed optimist and total, dystopian future.
Yep.
Talk
Yep.
about extremes.
That's our official club philosophy between the we're still living this life. We're breathing, we're eating our meals, we're sleeping. It's still the same. And in the face of all these big problems, social problems, environmental problems, we're still just people living our lives, as our grandparents were, as the ancestors were. And to keep all that and not get overwhelmed. Overwhelmed. We're overwhelmed by the climate crisis, by racism, by hatred, by politics, by economics. We're overwhelmed by all this crap. And I'm thinking maybe 10,000. So let's turn it over to Pup and then Lost, and we will now get great wisdom from our Lakota elders that really makes me happy.
Contributor to a piece of software called RBBS PC. I wrote some of the assembly language. Initiate an email to somebody from the East Coast to the West Coast, and no BBS owner ever made a long distance phone call to transfer. Remember, this is modems. To transfer that email, a GMRS repeater at a buddy of mine who owns a excavation company that has a 90-foot tall tower. And we are literally just gonna walk that our repeater and then link it into our existing. Yeah, and by the way, I've done Wi-Fi at 1 watt all the way up. Well, actually past the horizon, which is 23 miles. So yes, it can be done.
Opposition. I've done security for entire cities, predator protection, park protection, sensitive site protection, you name it. I've done it with Ubiquity over the last
can you provide wireless to the entire campground? Which spans, I don't know, but probably, it's probably a 40-acre hunk of ground. And I went, yeah, sure, we can do that. And then I told him to go, about
my eyes. You were like the sun. We were dancing the whole day long. Let's play again, just once again. Let's play again. Let's play again. Why don't you come back just once again? Why don't you know again? I will make you cry. All the things I say to you, all the things I do for you, all the things I say to you, all the things I do for you. I will make you cry. I will make you cry. Leave me beside. Leave me. All the things I say to you, all the things I do for you, all the things I say to you, all the things I do for you. I will make you cry. I will make you cry. Leave me beside.
Years. All right, thanks. Good
Yeah.
morning, everyone, or afternoon, everyone. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Pop is gonna say the word skimmer soon, I think.
Yeah, I cut my teeth on a Univac 890 Alpha. So go look that up. Anyway, but when he gets back, have him look at the 20-meter band, because 10-meter not quite long enough wave. 20-meter, Chris and I figure, will make the trip of 700 miles, easily make the trip at 700 miles. You don't get a lot of bandwidth at those freaks, but you again, now we're back into the 300, 1200 baud modem world, which is a doable thing. And so, have him look at the 20-meter band, which most of the top 2 ham licenses are licensed to use and buy and operate. So, but we'd like to do it with something a little cheaper, which is GMRS.
GMRS, yeah. Thank you so much for this information. Thank you.
By the way, for $16 on Amazon, you can buy a Baofeng UV5R8W, which is this little itty bitty baby handheld puts out 8 watts. Well, optimally puts out 8 watts. Depends on what band you're sitting on. But it's an 8-watt radio. It costs $16. If you have 2 of those, you can make a repeater. Baofeng also sells a pre-canned repeater that'll operate in a GMRS frequency range for, I think it's $100. It's only 5 watt, but then they sell for $80 a 40-watt linear. So you combine those 2 pieces of gear, a little bit of baby programming, and wham bam, thank you, ma'am. If you can get an antenna up high enough, you've got a fucking repeater that'll reach out to the horizon.
All
You know, that's
right.
3 miles.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
That bears repeating.
Ooh, God, you're just informed this morning, aren't you? That's great.
Just too much, man. Too much. I'm ready to get back to the.
Yeah, my daughter insists I sign off now, so I've got to spend some time with her, father-daughter time. So great chatting with
Absolutely.
all of you. Have a wonderful, wonderful day, whatever.
Excellent.
Au revoir.
Oh, dear.
Au revoir, my
Oh, I
friend.
know.
Enjoy your morning. So let's get back to Lost. Let's get back to what matters here in this life and forget
Serious.
about buying radios, man. Healing, balance. What else did we learn? The sky, the animals, the 4-legged. What do we got?
Well, okay.
Or do you want to talk about radios more?
I think we need to talk about what the fuck we're gonna do. So first things first. You have to be prepared for the inevitable. I.e., people that will be willing to go and get into these grocery stores and other stores and get supplies that people are going to desperately need. Secondly, group of people that are going to go into like the radio and electric places, right? That have a good sense of idea of how to run them properly, so that way we can minimize the amount of time it would take to keep people at least somewhat connected, if not, relatively connected, right? You literally have to, like, me and some people have been talking about this for a while, right? What we would need to do. Even if, say, tomorrow we wake up and this shithole of a fucking fake ass government is all gone, and we gotta do what we gotta do. Well, what do you do? Well, first, you have to have a group of people that are willing to go in, that have some knowledge in, like, the electric, and to be able to go into all those places to keep that going and make sure that that's running smoothly. In the meantime, as we're trying to bring up some old developments and bring them into today's day and age for usage for a more healthier planet. We have to look at, like, it's not just the immediate turnover. We have to look at the long haul plan, right? Everything, like I said, from going into these grocery stores and other types of stores, getting things that people need from them, and then distributing them fairly and evenly amongst the population in the meantime, right? Working on trying to help educate people to make community gardens, all kinds of different things, right? So that way, we can keep at least, heat going, electricity for people to use their microwaves and ovens, their TVs and whatnot and internet. We have all of these people amongst us right now who know how to do these things, right? Who understand all this stuff. And it's just gathering them together and utilizing those talents and skills, right? This is that whole, operative plan, the 1% rich, and the government goes, here you guys go, here's the keys, we're done, bye. That's not necessarily the case. Would be nice, but that's not going to be the case. Maybe not. So those are those things that we look at, right? Because even though, there's plenty of good ideas we see here all the time of multiple different things that we can do or work towards getting done, we also have to look at the immediate, right? And what are we going to do in between that time period? How are we going to get there? Right? Like I said, even if we wake up tomorrow and all this shit is fucked, they've gotten out their last little bit of ounce of flesh and they've taken off and ran for the hills, so to speak. We still have to have a game plan in that sense of what do we do? How do we get from where we could have a Garden of Eden right? Now, then we have to look at also those who are are able to do housing and roofing and stuff like that. All of the empty homes that BlackRock and them own. How do we find and see who needs a home, right? How do we bring that together? And I think that's the important part, right? Parts of this is okay, look, that house or that apartment building over there is completely sitting empty, or you know what I mean? Okay, well, here's a family that actually needs a home, or here's, people that should have a home or a place to live. There you go, right? Bear in mind when we deal with the homeless issue, some of them have been homeless for so long that you literally have to help them through so that you can help break the cycle of homelessness. Some of them, it's no different from a criminal who's spent 20 years in the pen and gets out and they got to relearn how to live outside of the pen, right? It's that same understanding, okay? And I mean, there's plenty of counselors, there's plenty of different people around that have all kinds of different skills. And it's just utilizing them and bringing them together and getting everybody focused on what we need to do, right? Hopefully PUP will approve that game plan as a valid source of a movement forward. But I think it's important that we remember that, right? Because as much as we see all of this stuff, the Garden of Eden and all these different things, we still have to remember that there's a step in between, right? There's that step in between. And I mean, for a lot of things, you can literally, instead of chopping down trees, you can literally have a whole entire field of hemp, and use that to make toilet paper, all kinds of other things, including there's actually some valid points of like housing being made from hemp that is completely eco-friendly. So it's that process in between that's the game plan, right? That we have to understand and we have to look at. Trust me, I don't call myself a revolutionary because I didn't put any thought and process into it. The reality of the factor, like I said, the reality of the factor is that we have to start doing that. We have to start looking at that. We have to start preparing that, right? Even doing community, even something as simply as starting off as doing community gardens. Even though I know some provinces and states might try and make, laws to try and remove that or not permit you to do that. We still have to get that, looking at doing that, right? All these different things. So military wise, like I always tell all kinds of different people, even if they get up and move and leave today, there's still going to be a lot of military stuff around. They can't take it all with them. There's too much of it. So this is where, we sit back with our older warriors and veterans and stuff, and we work all those things, right? These are the game plans that we have to take a look at. We have to start preparing for. Because the 1% rich in the government ain't going to give a fuck. Pardon my language, but they're not going to care. But we got it. If that makes sense. And I'll land my plane with that.
All right. I just personally always enjoy or learn from what Loss tells us. It works for me. And he didn't talk about radios either. Squirrel has waited quite a long time to speak to us. Hey, Squirrel, the only thing I ever want to know is what part of the world you're in.
Oh, I'm in Ontario, Canada.
Cool. What's up?
Where our country is just as ravaged from climate change, probably more actually, because we're further north than you are, and we experience really bad snowstorms now, and snow that doesn't go away. That should. My question is, how are you going to deal with, I have two actually, how are you going to deal with people that say the government is going to take care of us? And also, how are you going to deal with vigilante militias? As you know, the militia movement was quite decimated after January 6th, but they are still building up and calling themselves other things.
I can easily answer those questions. I mean, the government's going to take care of us. We got 193 governments in the world. I'm American, and I am a patriot. I have confidence in our federal government. When the shit hits the fan, they seem to start working then. We've got an awful lot to say on all these topics, and also I'm in Massachusetts. We don't worry about vigilantes at all. The United States Pentagon, with their $880 billion, are actually, as Lawsuit was saying, they have so many weapons they can't even take them with them. So I'm not worried about vigilantes. it's the big issue. Are we going to get past this major league climate crisis and environmental crisis, or is it all going to collapse? Vigilantes are sort of in the middle. In the USA, we usually say militias. So I'm actually not worried about it personally about either of those questions. They're good questions for sure. And we do have lots of Canadians around Canada has 9% of the world's forests, a very, very important nation in land when we talk ecology and environment. That the idea that government is going to take care of us, that's kind of here. Environmentalists would talk about techno optimism. Usually it's technology is going to take, we got nothing to worry about because technology will take care of us. But saying we got nothing to worry about because the government will take care of us is that same optimistic hopium point of view that we really try to avoid or discourage in our club here. It's a form of denialism, the denier syndrome of just denying the whole crisis in the first place. I don't know, vigilantes. I'm in the top 43 industrial nations, they're terribly secure. I don't see Canada overrun with militias and vigilantes. I just don't see it happening. I either see a total collapse, like some kind of Stephen King novel, or us getting through this the hard way, doing the work and making the effort and working together, which is always the critical point. Yeah.
Sorry, I think that I've been in IT for most of my working life, and trying to rely on technology to save us is ridiculous, because you can't even get technology to do things you want to do most of the time.
Exactly. Absolutely. Precisely. Try going to your GP and getting them to sort you out with an appointment or anything else. They absolutely fall over themselves getting it all wrong, or mostly everything else. It is, exactly. They don't know how to use the technology, basically. The technology works, but they are useless.
Yeah, I don't think that Canada will have be taken over by vigilantes, but I think that there will be pockets of them in certain areas, such as maybe Alberta, perhaps.
Yeah. Squirrel, I think of you as in the discussions with Dr. Hoops and Damien there and many of the archaeologists. I don't know if I'm completely wrong. Are you in those chats?
Yes, I help them out. I try to help them out, debunk misinformation and de-information, but I'm not actually an archaeologist by trade.
Right. So, but I am actually correct that.
You're right. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Okay. So, because the Dr. Hoops, I know I'm saying his name wrong. He was here a moment ago. He and Law Sue and I have had some fascinating talks, and Graham Hancock and ancient apocalypse. I know that Dr. Hoops, this is his nemesis. It just bothers him no end. And I'm 100% pro-science, totally about that intersection of Western science and indigenous knowledge.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, we deal with anti-vaxxers, we deal with climate deniers, we deal with maggots, we deal, with people that have severe social consequences, where people are dying because of this fake knowledge. So to be honest, the pseudo-archaeology is kind of like a hobby of mine. Like, I'm not really obsessed with it. I don't see the tremendous social damage, but I am very interested in helping out, because it's just fake intellectualism, the ancient apocalypse. The guy is mean, he doesn't respect experts, and he's making money, he's greedy. And so I am trying to help out the pseudo-archaeology. The pseudo-history starts getting dangerous. You start getting the fake narratives. Yeah, so this has been an issue on my radar for a while, including drafting our indigenous friends who are suspicious of archaeologists even to begin with.
Yeah, I can understand why. I understand.
Yeah.
The but my but this all leads to further destabilizing countries and destabilizing society. And this is what, you know, the authoritarians in the world want to happen, you know, to have democracy destabilized and to have our
Right.
societies destabilized. So this is all of what these fake histories and fake, you know, and people, as you say, are dying because they are listening to it.
Right. One thing from talking to the other Canadians, I actually, our pal Kim there is one of the main people I talk to, and she's over there outside of
I
Toronto.
met her.
Yeah, Kim is a true green environmentalist. But us crazy Americans with our notion of free speech, that you know, I instinctively think that Hancock is just free to say whatever the hell he wants until kingdom come. But I'm very interested and do think disinformation is a battle of our times, this disinformation war, and I'm very, very concerned about it. It's somehow that I guess just simply Graham Hancock and company haven't gotten under my skin yet. I don't have a personal vendetta. I'm very happy to help Dr. Hoops and company, but I'm not feeling it yet.
I think the problem with pseudo-archaeology is that it's taking what the entire field of archaeology and the people that have the experience and knowledge like Dr. Hoops, and it's obliterating it, all of it.
Isn't it the equivalent of Tucker Carlson going, "I'm just asking questions"?
Yeah, that's basically what they're doing. They're doing, and you know, like, I have studied terrorism as a hobby, primarily due to my autism. It's one of my special interests for about a few years now, a number of years, and I see how it all connects. The white supremacy and the Holocaust denial and the pseudo-archaeology and anti-vaxxing, and it all leads to destabilization of democracy and destabilization of society and even terrorism, to put it bluntly. You know, it's like the Holocaust deniers, you know, asking questions about numbers, stuff like that. It's still destabilizing, because then people that are in the conversation that are kind of just like hanging on and listening can be like, yeah, like maybe it wasn't 6 million.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Squirrel, for divulging that you're neurodivergent. In these formats, it really helps to know, and many of us know quite a lot about that, and it makes communication clearer. We certainly don't want disinformation, and we don't want people confused in these times. We know the Russians invented disinformation with a Z in the early 1950s. And we know that the United States military is like 10 times the size of Russia's, the budget and just the overall capabilities. So when you're outgunned, you adopt these guerrilla tactics, and something like disinformation is a good example. You hit and run, you do unusual things, you're erratic, and you flood the zone with disinformation. Everybody in America's got a device, got a social media. You put just infinite confusing things up there, and here we are. I appreciate all that. It is the pseudo archaeology is just not personally. I'm kind of my own cognitive dissonance here. It's personally not very high up on my agenda, but I'm helping because I really like Dr. Hoops and Company, Flint Dibble, and all of
Yeah, I
them.
do too.
Yeah.
I met them and virtually, and they're very interesting people, and I highly respect them.
Exactly.
I look at it this way. I look at it this way. There are plenty of there's plenty of racism and bigotry painted in all different sciences. In the sense of, I mean, painted as in it's like splashed through the core of it. That we have to start removing and cleaning up, if you will.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
But I believe that it's the onus of everyone in a society to debunk misinformation and disinformation when they see it, whether online or in reality, or the same as with, homophobic attacks or racism attacks or anything. As you know, I think that it's the onus of everyone to stop it.
How even the Europeans, okay, the fucking royalty had their fucking bathhouses where they had all kinds of queer sex. What the hell? But we get those Puritans who were basically told to get the fuck out of Europe. And unfortunately they washed up on this shoreline. And we have to deal with those kinds of fucking idiots.
I mean, I try to listen to their arguments before I try to debunk them, because I feel that listening is, it might just be something as simple as fear. Instead of, because hatred is partially fear.
Some of them are so lost in the sauce, it doesn't matter how much.
Yeah, I know. I've met them. I've met some of them.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how much you explain or show them the truth. They will never accept it because they're just that brainwashed.
Yeah, it's interesting though if you present the truth in a language they understand. Sometimes it helps.
Well, I'm not gifted to speak Bible garbage.
No.
To them, so I leave that to those who are more able and capable of doing that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. But I think that if you, like I did, I find sometimes if you do speak in a language they understand, they will start to question.
Yeah,
sometimes.
I think that's squirrel, right?
Yeah.
I think it goes back to, remember when I said about neurodivergency and my kid and everything, I had to learn how to talk to him where he didn't take it differently. So there's so many ways to talk to people, and that particular group of people is going to be tricky. But we can open those dialogues if you approach it very gently. I mean, really gently and in a mindful way. I've tried to tackle what this looks like going forward, but I haven't quite got through it yet in my head. So it's a tough one. First of all, people have to heal. If they start healing a little bit, they feel just a little bit better. And then, it's going to be gradual. And then at some point, hopefully there can be a discussion or whatever. I don't know. I don't know what it looks like yet. I'm still working on it.
Robert, should we move along here? The co-hosts seem to be sleeping or something. We got to get the hands in. How are you?
I don't know what's going. Yeah, I'm good. I sent you a DM just, Alex, to just say that I hadn't been taken by aliens into a UFO craft. for a quick spin around the galaxy just to see how much extra damage was occurring on Earth. I'm actually still here. I've not been removed by any aliens. So I'm here to accept if anyone gets tired of being the co-host at the moment or wants to relieve for any reason, feel free, and I'm happy to do the co-host bit again. I can see there are hands up, so I don't know whether we're all ready for another speech for a minute, because there's quite a few hands. Oh, God knows I've got enough speeches. I've got books printed with them.
Yeah, well, we'll get to your speech after we get to the hands. How about that?
Yeah, of course. I can see a few hands. We've got Pups, we've got CIA.
Pup is
and,
up next.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
let's
I better
move
shut up,
to-
Alex, and let somebody speak, hadn't I? I.e. Pup, for example. You know.
Well, you're an absolutely excellent speaker, but you're in the co-host training now, so it's a different school.
Well, consider myself told. You know what I mean? It's got to be
Well,
said.
I don't know. At least
Robert,
I
take
haven't
me.
blocked you, man.
Take
so-
my co-host, Robert. Take it.
Yeah, by all
my
means,
co-host, please.
Oliver. If you would need to go, if you
No,
need
I'm
to
around.
go,
But you
then
take my
I'll
co-host.
over.
Take my
Yeah.
co-host.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
only did it because Alex didn't have anyone on.
I understand. Look, consider yourself relieved, Oliver.
Yeah,
if you need
good.
to be. Okay.
Excellent. Take me. Take it away.
Okay. Hey, here we go. Take it away.
And I can't read Pup's mind this time. I'm not sure what he's.
His
where he-
hand's gone down now. Actually, Pup. Pup
Yeah,
had his
that-
hand up, but it's down now.
Yeah, I put it. I hit the mic. That takes the hand down. By the way, my call sign on GMRS is WSEX 683. I thought it was kind of funny that they gave me WSEX as a call sign. I wrote on
that
the
is
floor.
that is hilarious. Actually, I've got to say it. That's one of life's chucklers. That is, you know. Yeah, there's a
Yeah.
bit of irony in that, isn't there? Bring a smile to
There is.
anyone's face, that will, wouldn't it? Yeah.
It's one of the last things on my mind at my age. Anyway,
we'll believe you. You know what I mean? Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
a squirrel. A couple of years ago, I infiltrated one of the local militia groups. Now, let me front load this with: I'm a Vietnam combat vet. Been there, done that, got the T-shirt. I was one of two individuals in the group with prior military experience. I was the only individual in the group with combat experience, and I am not the slightest bit worried about these. I'll just say it. These fuckwads. They wouldn't last 10 seconds on a fucking battlefield. Regarding them becoming a problem, if they become a problem, just think about a Hellfire missile launched from 2.5 miles away, and the group goes away in a blinding flash of light. These guys have no clue. They think they're going to do some kind of shit, and literally, some Reaper is going to launch one bird, and their whole operation is going to be literally up in smoke. They've got no coordination, no strong leadership. They'll run at the first time somebody actually takes a shot at them. No, they just. And the other thing, to be quite blunt, is most of them were definitely members of MEAL Team 6. They couldn't fucking, my God, roll out of bed. They can't jump out of bed. They'll roll out of bed because they're so fucking fat. They got no medical training. I mean, it just, most of these guys talk a big game. They flaunt their frickin' weapons in public, and you know, when push actually would come to shove, probably less than 1% of them, you know, would I want watching my six in a firefight. They're worthless. They're wannabes. They're, you know, testosterone poisoned males with that unfortunately are allowed to possess weapons. Anyway, and at that, I'll shut the fuck up.
Thank you, Pop. As always, let's.
Yeah, thanks, Pop.
I sent you a co-host invite, Robert. I don't know if you
Yeah,
got
I
that.
haven't received it, Alex. I don't know what the hell's going on with this X tech. If it's not my tech giving me problems, it's X tech. Bloody hell! Pardon my language.
It's X.
But,
It's definitely X.
Yeah.
It's got to be X, hasn't it, Oliver? Yeah,
X.
because I
I
mean,
don't call it
yeah.
X, but
I
it's
tell
X.
you something. I've tried to sort out my tech here. I should know if I've
No,
tried
so
to
much.
because I've been.
No, you
you
sound
know, like,
fine.
I've set some
You
new-
sound fine, and you sound as though
Yeah.
you're not breaking up at all, and you sound as
Oh,
though your
that's good.
new provider is actually giving you a continuous Wi-Fi system.
Well, I should hope so because I did enough research to find a good
Yeah.
provider with it being
Exactly.
EE and BT. So I
That's
kind
really
of
good.
thought, well, I'd be going to good people here because I
Robert,
thought, God,
Robert, I
I
sent
can't cope
you.
anymore.
I sent you the British guys, or I sent you another co-host invite, and I'm welcoming CRA up to the stage here, a fellow American patriot. CRA, the only thing I like to know is which state people are in.
Oh, it's great to join you. Sure, I'm joining you from North Carolina today, and I'm
Okay.
I see. All right, good to hear you.
Yep, yeah, I'm really enjoying the conversation here. A lot of other opinions. Now, I'm on the east side of North Carolina, where we're supporting our people on the west. We're currently doing raising funds and raising materials, and we're sending it out to the people out west right now because they're in real dire straits. But again, we're taking care of them as best we can, and everybody's out there. The reports I'm following are local reports, so. But I know the conversation today is everybody talking about mis and disinformation, and I coming to you from another angle. For example, so I'm going through what I call an awakening period in my life, and I'm doing a lot of re-education. So I'm not a Holocaust denier. I'm not a globe Earth denier, but I'm a Holocaust questioner. I'm a globe Earth questioner. I'm taking everything I've learned and I'm flipping it upside down to include my faith, my studies in the Bible. I'm to the point I bought the Ethiopian Bible, where kind of throwing the King James version of the Bible out because I don't think we're even calling God by the real name. Instead, we're calling Jesus by a name that's improper. It should be Yeshua and Yahweh for God. And again, I'm just beginning my studies, but I don't have a problem, but I just caution people I'm feeling by those of us who are questioning what we've grown up with all our lives. So if I call them thought exercises. So my tagline on X is CRA Oppo Holly Prep. CRA, what I call, stands for Conspiracy Research Academy. I'm setting up actually in my town, an actual private membership association where people like me who are questioning the narrative can get together and discuss it from all angles. So, and again, my studies in certain things like the Holocaust don't support what has been established over following the Second World War, because the 6 million Jews, for example, that was a number that was propagated prior to World War II, for example. And these are just things. So I don't call.
Okay, that was enough for me. I don't know about the rest of you. I like giving everyone a chance.
Yeah, that was, once I heard him talking about questioning numbers, it was like, yeah, no.
Yeah, that was not the right guy for this group. That
No,
was-
I'm
Right.
sorry,
Yeah.
you can't question those numbers. Those numbers have been,
Yep.
the Nazis left very detailed records and we know that that number is correct.
Oh, I looked at his page, and he is a horrible person, and he's retweeting all of the misinformation and disinformation. Thank you for cutting him off.
Oh, definitely.
I am a pro host, and I did not invite him up here to speak.
I did, I'm afraid. I'm sorry. I looked at his friends list, and it looked quite good. I mean, it didn't look too bad. I had a look at his. I didn't go right into his profile. It's
Oh
true.
no, they probably follow him because he's a freak. And he reposted Stu Peters and probably Glenn.
Of
all the
course,
horrible.
absolutely.
Oh.
I'm sorry, it triggered me. I'm getting off. Goodbye. I love y'all.
Okay, so rock and roll. Yeah. Again, the Dr. Mog Zarni, my buddy, my friend, is a worldwide recognized genocide scholar. Dr. Zarni is up for the Nobel Peace Prize, which is awarded next week. And I'm thinking he's not going to get it because he's so inappropriate. And to have a friend who's actually a genocide scholar, these things are facts. There's no questioning. That said, we're open-minded here and willing to listen to anyone who's civil. Give them a chance, at least a chance on the stage to speak. And to be honest, many of you that I've met, I don't know where Earthpunk is, but when I first saw Earthpunk, I thought he looked doubtful, and he's really a very fine young man. Often I make bad guesses anyway, so I've learned to let everybody talk at least once, that it's important to be open-minded and lets people speak. That said, history, Western history was invented, started by Herodotus, the ancient Greek. It is important to listen to our good friend from now, how am I supposed to think of Caribbean Islands in the middle of all this? Where did she go anyway? Which island is it?
St. Lucia.
No, that's Sharon. Yes, I mean Barbados, the wonderful.
Oh, hi. I didn't hear. I maybe listened like 15 seconds. Can you guys?
Yeah, a little low, but I hear you. Yep.
Absolutely. You know the trick, Alex.
Okay. Yes. So I just wanted to maybe do a palate cleanser between that guest who was peddling revisionism for the Holocaust. So I just wanted to be like a positive contributor. So it's nice to see you guys all again. And it's good that everyone's doing well. I saw Melody has power again. I know she was affected by Hurricane Helene. So that's great. It's always good to see people pull through disasters like that. Today was good for me. I was doing an event put on by the High Commission of Canada here. They had a bunch of youth activists together to discuss human rights and the climate. And it reminded me, of how hard sometimes it can be to find spaces where passionate people can come together and realize that they're not alone. So opportunities to discuss with like-minded people who might have the motivations to do something but can't find their clique or their network locally. That's so important to combat despair and to bounce ideas off each other. So I just wanted to say hi to everybody and hope that you don't get despaired and that there's more work to be done, the worse you might perceive it to be, but it's always valuable and worthwhile work to be done. So I just wanted to leave that with everyone.
Thank you so much. Always a joy to hear from you, and I really, as a matter of fact, I really enjoy hearing from all the Caribbean voices. They just always cheer me up personally. I always think of Prime Minister Motley, who's certainly one of my favorite global politicians. Let's move on. Thank you so much for the support. And of course, on this platform, Holocaust, any kind of Holocaust denial is 100% unacceptable. My own people, the Greeks, were severely, they lost 11.7% of their population in World War II. And many, many Greeks ended up in German camps. I don't think it's, there's no discussion there. And the study of history is just absolutely critical. And everyone's history and an honest history is absolutely critical. I know Yoki agrees with me. I know Julian, Claudia, T, going south wherever he is. All of you pretty much agree with what I just said. That said, I understand starting with a fresh slate and examining the evidence with a fresh start. That's good scientific process. Anyway, let's continue with the man in the shadows. Got a good looking UFO there. I know Law Sue enjoys some good UFO talk and keeping up to date with the news. Man in the shadows, where are you, my friend? What's going on? Billionaire.
I'm doing all right, man. Doing pretty good.
Which state are you in, man? That's all I ever want to know. What state?
Oh yeah. Vegas.
Cool. Great state of Nevada. Awesome.
Yep. So with the climate crisis, that's there's a lot of stuff going on. And when it comes with the manipulation with the systems, we'll go from there.
Right on. The systems are seriously manipulated.
Yeah. Cloud seeding technology. I actually sold an idea to DARPA and many other companies back in 2022. Well, 2021, 22, and 2023. But case in point, I told them not to use the mixture in a certain way or else it could be catastrophic. For example, it could get to the point where you can flood a city, just like how Dubai got flooded and many other things. So, and then with the person that was talking about the Holocaust, that was different. To be fair, that's not even funny. I mean, I have family members that were in Auschwitz. So,
yeah.
Yep.
It's not funny. No, I agree. And I did shut that down immediately. We talk with many people who had family members in the camps. My wife's father was a prisoner of war of the Japanese for 4 years. We know so many people. And I grew up in New York City, man. And when I was a kid in the 70s, I would see the people with numbers on their arms when I was a little boy. I didn't know what those numbers were. I try to run a very tight ship here, and occasionally something gets by you, but there's no question. It's history's history. The Allies defeated the Axis. There are way too many. Last night, our guy Joel was pointing out, pure Nazism, like straight up German old school Nazism on this platform is 100% unacceptable. And Law Sue will tell you about multi-generational trauma. My own grandmother was in the Greek genocide. She was in the city of Izmir in the Ottoman Empire in 1922 when the Greek people were simply killed. And ironically, they didn't kill the Jewish people in Izmir because the Jewish section was next to the Turkish section. But my own grandmother was rescued by the U.S. Navy from that genocide. Between 400,000 and 1 million Greeks were killed between 1914 and 1922. My own grandmother survived and escaped a burning city of her people. I have multi-generational trauma. It's hard for me to talk about this without just breaking down. And many peoples around the world have multi-generational trauma. We're living in this post-colonial blues. The horrors of World War II are just unbelievable. We could go on for a long time discussing this and breaking it down.
Oh, definitely. This could go on for like ages. And I agree. There's a lot of things that are at play.
Yeah.
You know what I thought was really interesting too is that NASA, the original name was supposed to be NASA, but it was too close. So they put the S instead. I didn't know if you guys knew that or not.
That certainly makes sense. I haven't heard that one before. I think that we look at this climate crisis, the environmental poly crisis. I could run through all that again, but as a gigantic multinational global crisis, and Oliver and I and many others often compare it. We think the closest comparison is to World War II, and we find ourselves grouping Americans, Canadians, UK, Australians. We find ourselves grouping together instinctively to work on these crises, along with the modern day Germans are very tight allies of ours, and it's our histories, Lawsu, Pup, and their people over the last 500 years, Red Cloud as well, our pal Julian T. Their peoples here in North America, Central America, had an incredibly difficult time as well that must be recognized. The levels of death, horror, fear, inhumane treatment is absolutely gigantic, and that must be recognized as well. There have
usually
been
say, Alex.
Sure, man.
We usually say it's one of the longest standing and running genocides going on today.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we still in Canada we are still perpetuating it. It is disgusting, and it's horrible. And we had the Truth and Reconciliation Committee, and we are still not doing anything about it.
Yeah.
U.S. ain't that much different. They just they just haven't accepted the factor that their actual real history.
Can I jump in real quick? I'd like to impose on two of the people in the room, Lawsu and Red Cloud. Arthur, would you do me a favor, and the room a favor, and the world a favor, and speak more of our language and translate when you use it? We can't. Part of recognizing that we exist is the fact that we have a unique language. It's a beautiful language, and I would really appreciate it if you would use more of it, and then translate it for the non-speakers in the room. I think it would. I think it would really help. It'll help me first off because my Lakota is very shitty, and I think it would help people to understand us better. And I mean, I think it'd be a wonderful thing. I mean, there's lots of other languages, words, for instance, that have infiltrated the English language that didn't originate. They're not English words, but we use them all the time. In common conversation, and I noticed that there isn't any or very extremely small amounts of Lakota used in common conversation. I think if some of the proficient speakers would speak more of it, maybe some of that would catch on. Maybe they would remember that we exist. Anyway, I'll shut up. And it's an imposition. I understand that. I get it.
Yeah, I think there's no doubt that Lawsuit has just a gorgeous voice when he speaks the language. He certainly knows what he's doing. I don't know.
I humbly have to state that I too am still learning my people's language. I'm still learning Lakota or Dakota. So I'm still learning just like everybody else. And humbly, I'm grateful that I'm still learning.
I enjoy very much talking to the polyglots, the people who Eva from Berlin comes to mind. She was saying how her Portuguese was bad, but she speaks 8 languages. She can pick them up in 2 days like a sponge. And there is polyglots. They study German, they study English, they study Russian and Chinese. Why don't they just study Lakota? Why isn't that a thing? Academically, when you're really good at languages, you're soaking them up left and right. This is something we can do. Let's get some of these Native American languages on their curriculum. Make it a thing. If you're a polyglot and you're soaking up languages, and what Pup said the other day was so profound. He said they come and study our language. They write it down, they record it, and then they charge us to get it back. That's just pure colonial behavior. If we don't stop this colonial behavior, we're all going down. I think that's pretty obvious. And it's all tied with a climate crisis. It's all intertwined. We can't solve one of these things without solving the other. Disinformation. I grew up an intellectual, a white European intellectual, studying books, being scholarly, having conversations, admiring art, admiring nature. Well, with disinformation, you don't admire anything, you don't read anything, you don't talk about anything. I mean, it's just white noise. It's just static.
Alex,
Yeah.
how you speak and how a language is configured influences how you think. And because native languages are holistic by design, it forces one to think like in a more holistic manner. I use the example that in English, I can point to a coffee cup on a table and say, coffee cup. You can't do that in most native languages. You have to say the coffee cup. It's 60 degrees. I'm comfortable. The coffee cup is in my kitchen. Yes. You have to describe the whole thing to understand the coffee cup. You can't just say the coffee cup. English speakers, the problem there is English speak. When you can point to the coffee cup and just say coffee cup, you're objectifying the coffee cup. You're singling it out, and it isn't single. It isn't just a coffee cup. It's a coffee cup in an environment surrounded by a bunch of other things that are influencing it, and the coffee cup is influencing them. And that is a way of thinking. And until we overcome that as in a large group of individuals, when we stop being able to objectify something and single something out and only talk about the thing, we will never understand and never grok, to use some science fiction language, will never grok the concept of everything is my relative. Everything interacts with everything else. This is one of my. I'm going to get on a fucking soapbox here, but it's one of the things. We talk about the climate crisis, and everybody says we got to end fossil fuel. Oh, fossil fuel is bad. Well, yeah, but wait a minute. It's what fossil fuel does and how it interacts with every other goddamn thing that's bad. Oil isn't bad in and of itself. It's what the fuck we do with it. You know, and that's why I was asking, native speakers to speak in traditional language, because by definition that traditional language is holistic. And if we start to hear that more often, maybe, just maybe, we'll start to think and act holistically, because the way that you speak influences how you think. And I'll get off my goddamn soapbox, or get off my horse.
It is you. Yeah, you do make an interesting point there, Bob. As I do know some Greek, and Greek is very different than this English, and the way the language ebbs and flows and the way they talk it does also teach you how they think. Greek is very mathematical and logical. The language, one word means one thing. And in the structures of Greek sentences and phrases and paragraphs, you literally learn the philosophy from the language. And one thing I've been saying to Loie and some of the others, I really, really enjoy and love listening to our native friends and their knowledge and what they have to say. I really enjoy it. I get a lot out of it. I try to be respectful. I'm naturally kind of disruptive anyway, the idea of the everything, all the nature is our relative. We're all connected with Mother Earth. That the white Europeans are not taught this when they're 3 and 4 and 5 years old, when they're little children. It's not taught in straight up language. It's not taught without language. It's not taught at all. And I know our native friends are the little native children, the Lakota children are taught these concepts very, very early. Like it's self-evident, it's obvious, like it's obvious stuff to teach the children. But the white children are not taught this stuff. And I think sometimes our great native thinkers have to understand when they're talking to the white people to just keep it really, really simple. Like these people are 6 and 7 years old. They just have no clue. I think in communication, I'm trying to talk around a delicate subject without offending anyone or mangling the words or whatever.
The difference here, Alex, is that our children are taught we are a part of this ecosystem on this planet. European children in school and home are taught the Bible nonsense of they're dominant. And
I wasn't, sorry to interrupt. I wasn't taught that we are dominant.
Yeah, well, that's what they call it. It's, I remember going to church and being told too as a kid, hey, man is dominant, or the earth is here to subserve and be a servant to man's every wants and needs. Man
Genesis
is
1:28.
Yeah.
I was born and raised in Nova Scotia, and my
That's
dad.
you didn't get taught that. Nova Scotia is a totally different world,
Yeah.
young lady.
I was taught to respect the ocean, and I was taught to respect nature by my father.
Yeah, just because Nova Scotia depends, it's a whole different beast than Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, even BC is a totally different mindset as well.
Yeah,
Comparatively.
we're taught very early these things when we're children. Just in my generation, at least, because I remember very vividly that because we were all very close to the ocean and we were close to nature, and you can't dominate the ocean. It's just not you can't do it. So you were taught to respect it.
Yeah, 100% Squirrel. That's why I was saying, like, you know, you grew up in Newfoundland where it's a totally different understanding being taught, or concept, if you will.
Yeah,
Uh,
I think they're more I think the concept of nature in the ocean is similar to Nova Scotia because we rely very heavily on primary resources.
Exactly. And in the same token, you know, if fishermen go out and they don't come home because the ocean has taken them, how do you have a dominance over that?
Oh,
You
there's
don't,
so
right?
many. Yeah, you can't. There's so many like sayings I grew up with, and stories and folklore and songs about how dangerous the ocean is.
Yeah.
And the creatures in it, and the same with nature.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Like, you have someone who spends most of their life out in the bush.
Mhm.
They have a different understanding of nature comparatively to someone who lives in a city all their life.
Yeah, like I came here to Ontario to Toronto for school, and I in the early 90s, and I really didn't understand why people would not respect nature. It just like
That's
blew me
because
away.
they're not taught to respect it, though, Squirrel. That's
Yeah.
the key problem, if you will, is they're not taught at it from a young age to respect nature.
Yeah, I mean, maybe when they get older, they will understand, but I think it's important that kids are taught early for that.
Like
And you,
BC, every kid that's in school gets taught to respect nature.
oh, they should, yeah.
You know what I mean? Just like in Newfoundland, when you're going and you're learning, your parents and your school teach you to respect nature.
Yeah,
Because life depends upon it, right?
it really does. Like you have
Yeah.
to be able to understand how tides work and
Yeah.
weather and when you drive if you're going to drive from like a rural area to Halifax, you have to know if the visibility is going to be bad and if you have the chains on the tires, and like you have to be able to know all these things.
100%. And that's the differencing, right? So like when you live in the prairies and you're in a city, they don't teach you that.
Yeah,
right?
like I don't think about it really unless someone points it out to me, like why are you looking at the sky and saying it's going to be nice tomorrow? How do you know that? And I was like, well, you just I don't know, red sky in the morning, it's interesting.
I was taught early on by my dad that you could, if you saw a storm coming, you could see a lightning flash and start counting in seconds, and then divide by 5, and that's how far away the storm was. You saw a second, and you marked the time, and then you see another lightning flash, and you count the seconds, and you know how far away the storm is now, and then you can intuitively say, in 20 minutes, I'm going to be fucking wet, and it's going to be storming here, because you're aware of your environment. You're aware of what's going on around you. But getting back to what I was saying, in English, if you can objectify something, then you can separate it. It's not part of you. And if you can make somebody or something not part of you, you're then allowed to abuse it because it's not you. It doesn't affect you. It's a separate thing. And this is where slavery comes from. This is where abduction comes from. This is where abuse of the earth comes from. You can objectify it. It's not part of you. That is very difficult to do in native language. And because you find it that you are a part of everything and you affect things and everything else affects you. And I'm stomping on Rye's time. He's got his hand up. And I'm sorry. I just wanted to clarify. But when you can objectify something, you're allowed to abuse it. And that allows you to do nasty things to other things, humans included.
Thanks, Bob. I want to encourage our. I mean, maybe we're flogging the dead horse here. And again, to make it clear, I grew up in New York City in Manhattan. I went to Central Park and looked at the squirrels. One day, a squirrel bit my finger, went right through my fingernail. I mean, that was my idea of nature, like sitting in Central Park, maybe looking at the Hudson River. So sometimes we don't want to talk way over people's heads with concepts. I don't know. They're just assumptions. We know about this stuff. I do, Earthpunk, I do want to get to him. He's a millennial. He's an Air Force veteran, our guy Earthpunk, and he's contributed a lot of good stuff over the weeks. So we will get him back up here. I don't know if Robert can be co-host or not. The co-host. Man. Yeah. Good stuff. It's hard work. I know you don't get paid.
Here and Alex.
Hi, Earthpunk. How are you today? Go ahead, my friend. I'm sorry. Earth. Well, when Earth is ready to speak to us, he's certainly welcome.
Earth, can you hear Alex talking right now?
I cannot hear Alex. For whatever reason, every time he sends me up to speaker, it mutes him for some reason.
Well, tell him wants to speak. Go ahead.
Okay, it's your turn, Earth. Go ahead, and then I'll let Alex know when you're done.
Gotcha. Thank you. I just want to go off of what Pup was saying, that oil is not inherently bad. And I'm inclined to agree with this because I've been doing some research in the amount of drawdown that wildlife can accomplish on their own, including the bison and the beavers and all of this. But there's been studies on a few, maybe a dozen or so animals that have found that collectively, just in this group of about a dozen animals, they pull down 6 gigatons of carbon each year. Currently. Now that's not accounting for the fact that we've eradicated what are the biodiversity levels. Like we've reduced 75 to 95% of the animal life on this planet. So if we had never done that, if we allowed the bison to roam free as they did, if we didn't kill all of the beavers, I mean, the fur trade nearly made the beaver go extinct. If we didn't do that and we just left these animals where they were, it's entirely possible that we could have used fossil fuel the way that we have without any negative impact to the planet as a whole. Because even just the bison, if we went back in time and allowed the 30 to 60 million bison to remain where they were, the bison alone could have accounted for all of this excess carbon that is in the air. So it's all about maintaining the balance, that holistic view of nature. And I just think that a key factor in moving forward is understanding that, well, if we only have 5% of the animals left, they're not pulling down all of that carbon. Our primary goal, or a major goal, maybe not the primary, but a major goal should be in restoring the wildlife.
What about people trying to restore extinct animals, though, like the mammoth?
I think we should focus on one problem first.
Yeah, I know. I read an article recently about some billionaire trying to restore the mammoth, and he says it's going to be here in 5 years, and it'd be thinking like, what are we going to even feed this thing? Like, we don't have what it ate.
Yeah, and the habitat for
Yeah.
the mammoth is not even going to be there.
Yeah, I
mean,
know it's
we're-
going to be too
The-
warm.
I want to point out also the extinction or damn near extinction of the buffalo and other animals, wildlife, if you will, was literally so that they could starve us native people to accept a reservation, an open air concentration camp. And as I have said, or my nations who chose, when they saw their grandchildren sitting there starving, to accept a reservation, I do not blame them in that sense. I don't hold them responsible, like in that aspect. Because honestly, when you're looking at your grandkids sitting, the only choice is maybe we'll just have to take a reservation. You take that reservation in order to feed your kids even a little bit, and your grandkids even a little bit of food. And let's face it, the rations weren't exactly, lavish. They were some of the shittiest food on the fucking planet. That's why so many of my people now, you're lucky if you see someone older than, also you see a shit ton of like diabetes and other kinds of fucking shit that, we didn't have that shit. So I just think it's important to remember that history, and that it's not forgotten. And I think this is why you probably will find, when you talk about like replenishing the earth of its wildlife and how we're building that, why you probably will find a lot of, in some places, contention or resistance to that, because like I keep saying time and time again, they couldn't beat us in a physical war. They had to kill off our food supply and give us disease-ridden blankets. Even the founding fathers would have been had their asses dragged back to England and hung for treason if it wasn't for us native people. Those that joined in that fight and those who remained, remained not getting involved in either side of it. And I know there's always the group that'll have their big ego and be like, oh, we're the big guys. We're the ultimate. Yeah. No, you're not. Sorry to break it to you. when we're dealing with this and we're talking about these things, because that whole entire process is they've made too much cities and have destroyed too much of the natural habitat for most of the wildlife for us to effectively bring them back to where they should be at on this planet. And we have to deal and understand with that understanding. Otherwise, you know, I'm not saying we become anarcho primitives and, you know, go back to the days of the teepees. We're long past that. Even though I think, you know, in Tornado Alley, they should be looking at, like, you know, movable homes, so that way you can, like, get the fuck out of Dodge when a tornado comes, instead of, you know, what you're dealing with today. But, you know, maybe they should have took a page from us prairie people, us prairie natives. Same thing when it comes to, you know, the hurricanes and floods and stuff on the coasts. And we could have, you know, spiced it up with, you know, making it so homes are high enough that it won't ever be affected by a flood, and sturdy enough, right? The foundation for it to make sure that it won't ever be affected by a flood, and you'll still have your home good and, you know, well looked after, right? Without any damage. So, but that doesn't benefit corporations and the 1% rich. It doesn't bring them profits. And that's what we have to deal with, right? And I think many of the climate and Greenpeace and many other different groups in this group understand that when dealing with trying to deal with the things you want to talk about when it comes to the government and stuff, and all of the issues that you have to face with them, because, and the hardship that you go through trying to get them to fucking wake up and do something, or to see something, or to better improve things, is because they have that 1% of the population who feeds their pocketbooks to make sure that we don't do any of this stuff. And that's not the focus, if you will, on how they want society to be. And they'll use all kinds of shit, all kinds of disinformation and everything else. You know, like I've said, and many of people here know too, when in, like, I think it was like the 30s, when scientists were going, hey, if we keep doing this shit the way we're going with fossil fuel and everything, we're going to fuck up the planet. And then what did they do? The corporations and shit hired other scientists and paid them an exorbitant amount of money to lie and say, oh, no, we're good. We won't ever see things for thousands of years. No problem. We're good. And we know that that's what they do. Right? We know that. So I just wanted to point that out and bring that up. So it's, you know, least we ever forget. Right? I'll land my plane there.
Thank you, Lost.
Thank you.
Yeah, the days of teepees. So many good points from Earth Punk, Lost, Squirrel, Pup, as always, everyone. We haven't checked in with the Ganja Queen today, and one of the co-host spots are just lost in the ether. That said, I'm thinking, you know, I'm not a historian. I don't have a degree in history. I wasn't even much good at it. That we don't know so much about, if we're not professional historians and scholars and so forth, or read history all the time. There's histories all around the world, Afghanistan, all across Africa, the Chinese, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Aborigines in Australia. And there are the histories of the native tribes right here on Turtle Island, like directly right here, not 10,000 miles away. People in Kentucky. Topics as always. And a lot of good people here to listen to, and I appreciate it so much. I know Oliver and Kim, Robert would all say they all appreciate it going south. That we continue to try to keep the conversation going, to hear from new voices, hear from our old friends, and try to keep learning. Let's listen, say hello to Lorraine, student of the Greater Community Way of Knowledge. Well, that sounds like just the right idea. Lorraine, if you can, the only thing I'd like to know is which.
However, I am from Kentucky originally, so I have connections there. My first thing that I'd like to say is a massive thank you. Lasu and so many of you others, you're putting together things for me that I hadn't quite considered for my own upbringing, which was very, fundamentalist Christians. And as you said, Lasu, very much about the earth and the animals were there for us to use. That you've really opened my eyes. And it's interesting because when I try to discuss climate change with my family, which is, it's obvious how horrendous this is becoming. They just dismiss it because God gave us the earth and the animals and that's it. Just something I want to bring up from my understanding of what's happening. There is, to me, and in the Greater Community Way of Knowledge as well, the connection between climate change and the ongoing catastrophes that we're going to continue to experience. There's a connection with that and the alien presence in the world from the standpoint that if my understanding is correct, and this is for people to take or leave or pick up or put down, don't ever tell anybody what to think. But if the stuff that I read is correct, one of the reasons the aliens came when they did was, we dropped the bomb, which triggered them. We live on a beautiful, valuable planet that's very rare with biological life. And they saw us getting stronger and starting to come when they did. Again, this is all if my understanding is correct. Okay, so please don't think I'm forcing this on anybody. So something just to bear in mind that if that is true, I think they're probably just deliberately allowing us to continue. Many people think they're here to help, and I'm not taking away any responsibility from our own misuse of this beautiful planet. But I think they encourage us to continue to go through the resources. If my understanding is correct, what's going to happen is they're waiting for us to become really, really desperate for the basics: food, water, energy. And if they operate like the colonizers that I fully believe they are, then they're going to come in offering gifts, quote unquote gifts, which I consider, like smallpox blankets, of quote unquote free energy. But nothing is ever free, in my view. Nothing is ever free. That if we, I think it's a very long-term plan. But if that happens, I think it's something we have to be cognizant of, that for us to remain free, we're going to have to fix this planet and our ability to survive here without taking gifts. Because I never think it ends well when you take gifts from beings with better technology than you have. So I just wanted to throw that out for people to consider. Lots more information about both climate change and aliens, if anybody's curious. But thank you for allowing me to speak, and thank you so much. And real quick, Reverend Pup, I love your Bill the Cat. He's my hero. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for being civil. That's pretty much all we ask around here. It's not too difficult. I'm looking for intersections of aliens and environment myself. We have the mighty Alien Womble in our club, is our local expert. We have all options on the table, and we are open to any kind of solutions. That said, we're also 100% science. It is physics, chemistry, and biology. Right, many good topics here today. Very busy, lots of ideas. And lots of time. In the environmental world, the environmentalists, there's a lot of eco anxiety. There's a lot of worry and nerves and fear and sleepless nights that the earth, the life is being destroyed. The fish are dying, the animals are dying, the forests are dying, the insects are dying. Many of our indigenous friends will tell us the earth is not feeling well. So we deal with the emotional, spiritual support side of that eco anxiety. We learn in the way that we learn well. We don't try to stress people out. We try to keep a relaxed air about us. And we have a lot of faith that we personally, us here, can get things to be better. We take responsibility. We discuss the big corporations. Other people, but they're still human. They're not gods. They're not superheroes. Those boards of trustees of those mega multinational corporations, they're just human beings. The people in these governments, they're just human beings.
If we eat few years ago on TikTok, did this video, and she was like, okay, I'm just gonna say this, y'all, if we eat just one of them, the rest will fall in line. And it was done in satire, and it's done, and I mentioned it in satire and humor. Not that I actually promote actual cannibalism.
There's a logic to it. As we say, if you ate one billionaire, it would solve a lot of problems, and it's actually a true statement. There's no doubt. They use up one hell of a lot of carbon, and there is a truth to it. Anyway, we got our guy Greenland over there, the world's biggest island, Greenland. very just raising his hand for fun. You never know around here.
Hello?
Hello?
You hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I thought I would update you on the oceans, and first of those items is Paul Watson. There's been a new development. I haven't been allowed to visit him yet in prison, but yeah, I'm from Sermersooq municipality, by the way, in Greenland. So he's up here and he's in prison. And the new development is basically that he still hasn't been allowed to show all his evidence, his side of the court case, and therefore he's been allowed to present his case to the Supreme Court of Denmark. Common royal Rome. And the date for Supreme Court is not yet settled. So that's one thing. And the other thing I would like to raise in this space is the question of the Gulf Stream and the AMOC collapse, which has a lot of Danish and Dutch scientists, and the latest I saw this week was that the Potsdam Institute in Berlin are sort of supporting the city that I was born in. Will have 30 degrees colder winters, from anything from next year to 2050 or something. And the interesting thing here is that you have 3 institutes for oceanography and ocean-related science in Bergen alone. For ocean research in Norway is, of course, that we are traditionally and still today a huge fishing nation and aquaculture. Yeah, we don't have to discuss keeping salmon in watery prison right now, but Norway has lots of reasons to study the ocean, for things we do, right? So the key thing here is that when this, I forgot his name. Oh my God! When this guy at the Potsdam Institute opens his TED talks and speeches, he says that he's been researching and all the people, the multi-decade researchers from Bergen, Norway, when they talk about the Gulf Stream and the AMOC, it's mostly to tell the tabloid media in Norway that please hold your panic and don't be so afraid of what these other researchers say. This is more like a tabloid, bad media kind of story, like a canard, like a not if you look at, I try to sort of keep a calm face and look at the news or the science news coming from Europe, and it's really insane, and especially in 2024 it's been sort of amped up to absolute insanity, where they're basically saying that you would be able to walk across the ice from Norway to Scotland. It will be pack ice, like a new ice age, and all of this is based on models. Just adjusting some variables in a computer model, and the most primitive of them, I think, is the Dutch model, the Dutch science team, who just said, okay, let's go back to 7050 and set that temperature that the Earth had in 1750. And let's assume sort of pre-industrial temperatures, and then just throw a lot of water into the northern Atlantic and see what happens. You basically go back to 20-30 degrees Celsius colder climes in the UK and Scandinavia and Iceland. And they even draw a world map with these new or old temperatures, and it's sort of dark blue for much colder in a circle or ellipse up in the north, and the rest of the world is red as a lobster, super red from climate warming in year 2. The reason you shouldn't accept that model conclusion is that all of these storms in the far North Atlantic, they will kind of puncture your temperature gradient, because the huge hurricanes and storms, they of course obviously mix the temperatures both in the ocean and in the air. Between Bergen and Edinburgh. Yeah, these Norwegian expert scientists are basically just laughing. They're trying to hold back their laughter when they talk to the science websites and to the big newspapers in Norway, which they feel they have to do every half year these days because of all these sensationalist stories that come from Europe. And this guy at Potsdam Institute, he's sort of the head researcher for climate down there in totally alarmist, totally unrealistic computer models as fact, or sort of as something that people should fear. And I know that what's his name, Roger Hallam, before he was sent to jail, he had a number of posts about everybody had to drop all they had in their hands, what they were holding, and start addressing this very serious threat of the Gulf Stream stopping and collapsing, maybe next year. And I see no reason to believe these kind of overzealous climate guys down there in the European Union, because basically it's been sort of driven by sensationalism and by the media printing it, because it gets readers or whatever, clicks these days. So your thoughts to that? And yeah, I just wanted to raise it because there's
Thank you there, going to get the Scandinavian perspective. Yet another great culture, another group of people. Real. And I always think first thing of the superior governments of the Scandinavian nations, just as efficient bodies, showing the rest of the world what a government can do. I know Norway has a couple issues, but that said, compared to the other nations, compared to Syria and Uganda and other nations, in the Norwegian government space, the MP from Iceland, and she was complaining bitterly about the Icelandic government while they're literally the best functioning democratic government in the world of one of them official UN type nations. So thank you, and we yeah, we will just keep going, listening to all the people's learning and let's say hello to our old friend Johnny. I think Johnny's in Florida, if I remember right. Johnny, are you with us? People haven't been able to hear me. What do you got for us, Robert? What's going on?
John, are you there?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Am I
just killing time. We're the last one. We're just killing time. We're the last ones to survive. In this life we borrow, we are forced to break the law. If we can feed in this world, we are doomed to stay alone. I need something to fill me up. I need something to kill the rage. The world is ending, but I don't care. We will die, but I don't care. The world is ending, but I don't care. We will die, but I don't care. Suddenly the sense inside me, suddenly the fears inside me gone. Suddenly the sense inside me, suddenly the fears inside me gone. We're just killing time. We're the last ones to survive. In this life we go, we are forced to break the law. We can feed in this world, we are doomed to stay alone. So I need something to fill me up. I need something to kill the rage. Suddenly the sense inside me, suddenly the spirits inside me gone. Suddenly the sense inside me, suddenly the spirits inside me gone. When it's ending, but I don't care. We will die, but I don't care. Trust. The world is ending, but I don't care. We will die, but I don't care. Trust.
The American people, should the nightmare happen of a Trump win, be affected to such an extent that it will fundamentally completely destabilize not just the American economy over a period of time and the American people's lives, but to destabilize our climate in ways now. If we think we're suffering now, we wait and see. God knows if we had a Trump and Vance situation.
Oh, well said.
Yeah, he's drifted off into the wherever they go.
I say spay and neuter Musk.
Spay and neuter Musk, huh? Well, it's down to me and Lost now. And
You can hear me, Alex, but
oh,
I
you're
had another
back. Yeah.
blip. I'm back. Yeah, I had a blip on the communication front again, which is getting quite frustrating, actually. I have to say, it's funny, isn't it? There you are. You put yourself in a situation with trying to get good tech, and then you suddenly find yourself having techie problems that you feel like you've got no control over. I don't know how well the clarity of my voice is coming through now on this
pretty
space.
good and loud. Yeah.
That's
It's
all right.
two steps forward, one step back. I've got 4 devices.
Yeah, well, there's
on.
a lot of that going on this evening, isn't there?
Yeah, I've
You know.
got 4 devices going on to keep this
Right.
going smoothly.
I think, yeah, to be honest with you, it's I think given the situation for what it is, I obviously should have some sort of 4 devices plugged simultaneously in some way, because this
Robert,
you know,
I'd like
Yeah.
to give a shout out to Dr. McClary there. I don't know if you took a look at his account.
right. Yeah.
Just very fascinating, interesting stuff there.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad that you mentioned that account. It's definitely an essential read, and essential to check out the detail in there, because there's some fascinating stuff. Shouldn't be overlooked at all in any
Well,
capacity.
a biology and marine biology professor.
Right. Yeah.
Good
Yeah.
stuff, right? That's pitching in, and
Yeah.
the professor gave us 100 men, so we're on the right track.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good
We
stuff.
we need information like that. You can never have enough good quality accounts to be able to understand and clarify situations, data, events, and may I use the word wisdom as well? Because good
Absolutely,
accounts,
man. And don't forget teaching the kids, teaching the young adults,
so
all this
vital.
important stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Because you see, without wisdom, with the word wisdom doesn't actually get used that much these days, believe it or not. I find it incredible, because when I was growing up, you would use the word wisdom to be able to encompass a situation. Oh, excuse me, a situation or someone who had the ability or the learning or having learned from to be able to gain wisdom from. So gaining wisdom these days is so vital for the kids, I think. And
Well, dude, I got to stop you for a second, because I know you know perfectly well I'm half Greek.
I know.
But
I know you are.
Athens is named after Athena, the goddess of wisdom. I mean, it's
Yeah.
practically dead center of Greek society is wisdom.
Yeah. I know, Alex. I know.
and I know how much you have that innate understanding of your being, where you come from, your ancestral history, your lineage, your heritage, and
But the wisdom, the goddess Athena, the goddess of wisdom, she's the
yeah,
goddess of the owl and the olive tree and wisdom.
absolutely, yeah, yeah. I couldn't. Agree with you more. And you know, these beasts. As time passes.
She is from the beautiful Dominican Republic, and
Right.
now she's an
Yeah.
American citizen and a diehard Harris supporter.
Oh, that's fantastic. I must read some more of our friend Yoki's tweets then. And
What
you know,
about
become a bit
Julian?
more.
I know you know
Yeah.
about Julian.
I do.
Yes.
Yeah, very much. Yeah. An excellent account there, with some, you know, his account has clarity, detail, and some great posts. And I have heard him speak as well. As I said, some accounts I'm more familiar than others, but what I find that's the most important is, for me, if I don't know that much about any given account, that I read the detail on the account and I bring myself into the realms of understanding, you know, what's going on with any given account.
Well,
and the
Robert,
detail.
our ganja queen is back with us. She's been bouncing back and forth.
Yes, I've just spoken to her. She's there. Yeah.
Good morning, Alex. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Well, it's good
Ganja Queen.
afternoon now.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've been on all morning with you. I'm here
Uh-huh.
at home with my kiddos, so
Yeah,
sorry.
good morning to you. Oh, good afternoon to you, sorry, Ganja Queen. Yeah.
Blessings, blessed up. Yes. Just gosh, so many important topics and good points being made. Just as always, thank you for hosting the space, Alex. You guys are just having the space and holding the conversation alone is really an important piece of, you know, how we're going to get to the solutions and start
Absolutely.
implementing
Yeah.
them. So it's really important. This is one of the most important spaces, I believe, on Twitter right now. So thank you,
Well, it's
everyone,
very
for
good
being
of you
here.
to say that, Ganja Queen. We do encompass some great people here on this space. And within the Climate Crisis Club, I've already said that there's some fantastic minds here with a wealth of information, learning, and ability. And I will say this always, as long as this space exists on a Saturday, that it is one of the, in my opinion, this Climate Crisis Club space is the most vital space in environmental and climate information that I think you would find on X. I think it's the most vital of all spaces. And
Well, we got to give
yeah.
a shout out to Jennifer's German Climate Club. They're awfully good and thorough.
Oh, yes, to learn.
That's our competition. Then the Ganja Queen has her own space on Sundays. You know that intersects with our story. So we need to support her as well on Sundays.
Oh, thank you. Wednesdays as well at noon. Sundays we focus just on industrial hemp for building and natural building construction, and then Wednesdays we are more broad of just the U.S. industrial hemp industry or lack thereof. But you know, there are some really incredible people pioneering this incredible resource, and you know, I've really just been trying to connect with people all over the globe. But really, I've met some incredible people over the last few years as I've started to put my focus less in cannabis and more into industrial hemp, specifically for, you know, industrial purposes, not the medicinal lane. Although, you know, of course, I'm an advocate for that as well.
Yeah, the Joel, my pal Joel, has a chat with the Spaces host, and he threw half of them out this week. He's in a bad mood. I was trying to get Lost Sue into that chat. But you too, Ganja Queen, we'll try to get you in that chat with all the Big Spaces hosts when Joel's in a better mood.
I think I lost you.
Sure. And
Hi.
what was that?
I thought somebody said, hey, Lost Sue, so I was saying hi back.
Oh, I was talking about the chat with the Spaces host in it, that Joel's in a bad mood this week. He threw half the people out. But we're trying to get you in that chat with all the Big Spaces people so that we can talk about Spaces and then like I don't know when you talk about Spaces, like they're just things that hosts know because of the experience. And Robert, yeah.
Sorry. Alex, I've got something I want to ask you. Do you know anything more about the situation with my friend Vanessa Nakata?
I do not. I have been searching. I did ask Bruce, who's over there, and Uganda, and Bruce said he would find out. She just dropped straight off the platform. I don't know if she was suspended, if she quit. She has an Instagram account too with no information.
Yeah, I just wondered because I was amazed when I clicked on her profile and I noticed it had just disappeared into thin air, and I thought, well, where's Vanessa gone? Because I mean, she's been on X, formerly Twitter, for when I joined in 2018, and I thought, blimey, because she had a big follower base of 250,000, I think it could go to. That's it, she's disappeared. There's got to be obviously a real reason for why the account is gone, but when someone knows something, I'm sure they'll mention it, or you'll hear something else. Let me know about it. Yeah, if from the account, if she has disappeared permanently off X, it will be a big loss. Because her account was one of the defining activist accounts, as you don't need me to tell you. On it, and you know,
We're losing you a little bit, Robert.
Yeah.
Vanessa Nakate, the big time climate activist from Uganda, good friend of Greta's, has disappeared off of Twitter. And as Robert was saying, it's a big, big blow. She's clearly one of the best youth activists. I think most people, that's fair to say. And we don't know the story yet.
It is. Well, I'm sure if you find something out, Alex, or I find something out, let me know as to what's going on.
Yeah.
I mean, I've supported, so actually.
Let's say hi to Johnny, who I think is in Florida. If he's in connection this time.
Yeah, I should be quiet now and let Johnny speak. Hi.
Hey guys, sorry I had to drop earlier. Yeah, I'm in Florida. I'm in West Palm, so we didn't get the hurricane much. So that was fortunate for us here. And yeah, hearts go out to everybody going through it, man. This looks like a once in a 1,000-year storm. That's what it's been called. It's crazy. It just
It isn't.
No.
These are going to be like every other year if you're lucky.
Well,
this is not a once in 1,000 years.
Well,
I mean, whoever.
Here's my
keep
question. I got a quick question, Oliver. Can I finish half a statement? I had a quick
Come on,
question,
then.
man. You know,
Drifting
usually
too
I
far
know
from
mountains.
climate.
I know hurricanes usually dissipate as soon as they get over land. Like if you're like in Tallahassee, Florida, like you're not gonna get it because it hits you on the coast. It doesn't get you in Tallahassee, Florida. You're like 60 miles inland. You don't get it. But these guys are how many miles and at what elevation and through the mountains? This thing got stronger, brother. It got stronger.
2,000 feet. 2,000 feet up, 370 miles inland. You asked.
Right. With 1% increase.
Okay, well
in
that's what I'm
global
telling you.
temperature.
60 miles inland, Tallahassee with zero elevation, 30 feet of elevation. It's nothing can get there hardly. It's like bro, it's like half strength by the time it gets us to us.
With
So what the heck happened?
1% increase in temperature, you get a 40%, 40 mile an hour increase in speed. Okay, you get a 40 mile an hour increase in speed. You also pick up an enormous amount of precipitation, far more. There's 70% more precipitation. That is the pickup rate.
I got a
So
quick
you get
question.
far
Do you
more
know?
I'll just finish. 4%, you get a huge amount of precipitation pickup and a 40 mile an hour increase in speed. It hits the land. What basically happens, it accelerates when it hits the land and it starts dumping the rain all over, as you say, Tennessee. Is it South Carolina, I think, or North Carolina? I was getting them mixed up.
Both
But
of them.
anyway, so what you have then is you have an enormous,
Bro, I had
huge
3 points,
storm.
and this wasn't even one of them. So you interrupted my like preamble, and you're not even letting me like.
I'm allowed. No, I'm allowed to do that.
Well,
Sorry,
now
mate.
you're like now you're like stump speeching.
No, I'm quite happy to interrupt you. Actually, you must know. I'm one of the co-founders of this bloody fucking space, and it's going a mile off climate. Why do you think I hung up just now? It's going an absolute mile off the climate. We're talking about aliens and stuff like that. For goodness sake, get back on bloody track.
I got a quick question for you, Oliver. When was the first patent for steering hurricanes? What year?
I have no idea. I'm not going in for your test.
Give me a guess. Give me a guess.
No,
bro.
I
Give
don't
me a
want
guess.
to.
1890.
No,
1890.
I'm sure it was. But I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in the here and now. What's going on ahead?
Bro, let me ask you, all of the historic weather manipulation they've been doing over the last like 100 years until the last 20, do you think it's continuing more or less? What's your guess?
What weather?
I'm not buying this. I don't go in for being tested by people about my
Right.
climate
Hello?
knowledge. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
I was just asking your best
keeping
guess,
on
more or
topic
less
and
weather
not-
manipulation.
Not
Well,
saying
what is
a
weather
1,000-year storm. These are going to be regular. These storms. They're going to happen.
Yeah.
They're happening everywhere else. Who else talks about? Who else is talking about Hurricane John in Acapulco? That happened at the same time. Nobody. Julian. maybe?
Julian.
Nobody.
Julian
else.
was talking about it.
Of course he was, because he knows it well. But nobody else is talking about it. Who else?
Hello,
Who talks about
everyone. How are
the typhoon that happened at the same time in I think China, basically? Who's talking about that? Nobody. Everybody's talking about Helena because it's American and you're there and it's happening and it's really bad and it's never happened before quite this bad. It's been these storms have been happening all over the world for years. You've got to get real about this, all right? It's not going to go away. It's not going to be a once in a 1,000-year storm. Don't test me about bloody climate history, all right?
Hello, everyone.
Oliver, I think that guy Johnny might have been some sort of, I'm not sure. I think, has he disappeared off the space? I
Oh,
think
we
he
know Johnny. He's a farmer in Florida. He
Oh,
was,
is he?
yeah.
Yeah. I just wanted to say, Alex, I just happened to look at his profile and I noticed that he had the name, he had MAGA there with some dogs wearing baseball caps with a relevance to Trump. So I'm a bit suspicious about that, but hey, there you go.
Yeah. No,
Michael.
taking it easy today.
I'm not getting me riled up.
Hello,
Honestly.
hello,
Once in a
everyone.
1,000-year storm. A once in a 1,000-year storm. Yeah. What a plonker.
I'm from the Gambia.
Mohammed is from the Gambia. How's it going, Mohammed?
Yeah, I will thank the host and the co-host for joining me on this platform. And thank everyone who is present here. I am 20 years old. I'm a dropout from school. I'm living with my mother and my 4 siblings. So it has been a day we don't have food. We are starving in Gambia. So if someone can volunteer and help us and put a smile on our faces, we'll be very grateful for that. I hope you can all understand.
Thank you. Thank you for your submission, Mohammed. It is difficult to be a young man of 20 years old at any time. In this club, we make our points, we say our piece, other people listen. We're not here to quiz people. We could change our format and start quizzing people. I never considered that. We put that up to a vote and see if we want to start quizzing people. That could be a new thing. I know that when the British guys start quizzing us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know, but there's good people everywhere. So that's why I am brought to this platform to show out myself. So if someone can please volunteer and put a smile on our faces, we'll be grateful for that. As you know, givers to the poor shall never lack. Yeah, so that's why I'm pleading for help. If someone can please volunteer, we have the real Ganja, we have Alex. So I thank everybody for listening to my words. So if someone can volunteer and help us, I'll put a smile on our faces.
Okay, we often discuss sub-Saharan Africa, the issues, the ecology, the life, the philosophy. There is Dr. Matsanga, though he has a new account now. There is Judith Callahan, who certainly is in charge of our African department. There is our friend in Australia is up very early today, 5:46 a.m. In Australia on the East Coast. I don't know. Hi, Green. Go ahead. Good morning.
Good morning. Hey, everyone. Actually, we had daylight savings, so it's already 6:46 here. That's why I'm so bright and early. Hey, I want to share a little story with you. And this week I went to not a shop opening, but sort of like a reopening of a bike shop that just moved premises, and they went from 300 square meters to 500 square meters. So they scaled up. And the founder pulled out of a job at a university where he was a lecturer to go full-time into this bike shop, and which is quite a big switch here. If you're on a university salary, which is okay as a lecturer, but what really blew me away, so he's an economist, so he was teaching economy at a well-renowned Australian university, and so he opted full-time for this bike shop to make it grow. And what absolutely blew me away when he gave a speech was when he was talking about the investment he received. And think about a bike shop, think about push bikes, think about e-bikes and maybe pricey bikes. But so he had about 20-ish investors and got $4.5 million Australian dollars investment. I couldn't believe it. And I believe him, and I know one of the investors, but I had no idea that it was in the millions. And this is what is possible if you follow your dream. So I'm gonna open my bike shop next month, and my friend and this co-founder of him was saying that I won't be around, but I'll come to the opening of the next one. So that was funny. But yeah, it is possible. And as you know, I'm an advocate for car-free transport and alternatives of mobility. And I don't mind if it's a community bus or better walking path for people. And then a bike, an e-bike, I don't care as long it's not cars, who move around one single person usually.
Hello,
Mohammed. Yeah, that was my pitch.
I know it has been a hard time for you to understand, but as you all know, a disparate man is always choiceless. So right now, as you can see, me and my little brother on my profile, I am leaving my two little brothers and two little sisters, and with my mom. And now she's old enough can do such a work. Before I used to go to the forest and catch firewood to sell for income. Then the forest has banned us from entering the forest, as you all know, deforestation. So if you are caught, you are going to jail. So I'm kindly pleading for help. If someone can volunteer, so I know you all have a good heart to help.
Okay,
And
yes, thank you for your submission. That was Mohammed from the Gambia who interrupted Green Kraut from Australia. And Green Kraut was telling us about the success of his bike shop, his bicycle repair shop.
Not sorry, not my friend of mine's. Him.
Ah.
I'm not there yet. I'm still a one-man show, but it's like follow your dreams. And yeah, the thing is, I'm pivoting out of engineering into this by choice, because I don't want to fly to conferences anymore, pretend to be smart all the time. I just want to put a smile on people's face when they get their bike back and can ride again and don't have to use their cars. So yeah, follow your dreams. It's possible, and it's always good to rethink. What am I stuck in? And if it's traffic to work or back, maybe there are alternatives. So yeah.
so, is there any volunteer?
We got a volunteer out there?
Is there anyone to volunteer? Let's put a smile on our faces, and your blessings will be abundantly rewarded.
I just don't hear any volunteers, man. We're discussing here, our friend Green Kraut. It's going well for him, so I'm very glad, and I hope he continues to give us updates on the situation. Bicycles are an answer. To have a bicycle, you get somewhere, and you get somewhere with very low environmental impact. I was telling my sister about you the other day, Green Kraut. I said I was talking to a guy in Australia who's repairs bicycles. She's a big time bicycle enthusiast. We have.
I really understand your point. But I'm not a bicycle mechanic already. So, as I told you, I'm a dropout from school. So, Gambia, if you are not educated, you lack of opportunities. So, if someone can please volunteer and put a smile on our faces, I'll be very grateful for that. I guess you understand what I'm going through. You all need to understand. Yes, I know.
Yeah,
I know it's never.
It's not easy. We have a lot going on here, so it's a big meeting, and there are many issues and many people with many stories, and we are trying to stay organized and keep it going. Again, I was discussing our friend Green there, who is in Australia, in the nation of Australia, on the continent of Australia.
So can you
yes,
help us with and send us some money so that we can buy food?
we are not a fundraising organization here. I have too many requests every single day for fundraising. That's not what I do. That's not what this organization does. That's not our specialty. We're here to focus on the climate crisis and the environmental policy crisis.
It's like I can't get help, right?
We are working here on the environmental poly crisis. It's a global crisis that affects everyone alive.
I'm not begging for too long. You are all wicked. Fuck you.
Well, that was civil.
Yeah, we gotta have civility here.
Damn. Yo, bro, I'm hurting for cash too, but I don't talk that way. Shit.
Yeah. I don't know what it is about the Gambians. It's a little nation there along the Gambian River. When the guys start saying they're from the Gambia, it gets pretty harsh. I don't know what that internet phenomenon is. So if you have money, send it to Lost Sioux, Manitoba, Canada. He'll get it somehow. Just put the cash in an envelope. We need to survive. We need to eat, and we need to have a roof over our head of some kind. And this is the way the Saturdays go in the club. Robert's connection has been good. He hasn't just been knocked down repeatedly like a basketball or a yo-yo.
Yeah, it's I think my connection's not been as bad as it has been, Alex, to be honest with you. If you can still hear me now, let me know. Yeah, was that a thumbs up from Oliver? I think it must have been. Big smile on the faces, which means the connection's good. So we can celebrate. Not necessarily celebrate in style, but we'll celebrate somehow. The main thing is if we can keep our heads above water, pardon the pun, of course, considering the amount of water that's flowing around the planet at the moment. If we can continue to strive, to teach, to learn, to educate, to encompass understanding of events that are engulfing us, which so many still need to do. It never ceases to amaze me. Something I was total agreement with Oliver and that guy that was speaking a short while ago. Something that never ceases to amaze me is someone comes on and says something so catastrophically stupid like, "Oh wow, we've just had an incredibly devastating hurricane, and I never would have imagined that would have happened in 1,000 or 2,000 years." And you can have somebody coming on with something like that, and you think, "Hang on a minute, what actually have you been missing across the planet for the last?"
It was
X
planned. I
amount
think.
of years.
I think you were right. It was planned, Robert. He planned it.
I think it was Oliver, you
It's a
know,
maggot.
because the way that he said that, as though he really did, you know, he had this this innate ability
yes.
to say, "Yeah, you're
And then
right." I think it
and
was.
then he started sort of doing a little test, like, you know, what happened here then, 1895.
It was though, wasn't it? Yeah, and
Yep,
I could
yep,
I could hear the irateness in your voice, and it
Oh,
said it
yes.
all. You were
I don't very often get
exceedingly annoyed about that, weren't you?
I don't very often get annoyed. But that
Yeah,
was
but
one,
I
you know,
can understand why.
you see,
Though
that's dangerous. You
really
see, if
can.
you do that, it's actually dangerous because if
Yeah.
you can influence people with complacency like that once in 1,000 years, oh, everything's fine, then nothing changes. Nobody does any preparation. Just what we were listening to last night.
Absolutely,
On
yeah.
Sandy's.
I couldn't agree more.
Nobody does preparation. Nobody does any kind of awareness of it.
If I may.
And life goes on, and they just then the same thing happens again, and another 300 people or whatever die, and that's just just in America. So
You see, the thing is,
if I may,
Yeah.
sorry, if I may, you guys, this is exactly why I laugh and chuckle about building permanent housing in Tornado Alley, and why I make jokes about y'all should have listened to us Native people with temporary housing through that area, so that we can move and get the fuck out of Dodge when a tornado comes through.
Absolutely.
So I just wanted to share that, and I'm sorry that we've had some really wild and fucked up things come in here. But unfortunately, as November starts getting closer, the more wilder things are going to get, sadly.
Yeah.
Definitely. I see that, yeah.
Johnny, there was the RFK supporter, and he does talk about farming and agriculture stuff. He's okay, but I do see now on his timeline RFK endorsed Trump, and Johnny's gone with them, and the whole thing's gone south. He's in the sauce, as they say.
Yeah.
The guy Muhammad, we give our African guys extra chances. And 99 times out of 100, they're quite polite. So Muhammad, it didn't go well with him this time around. And the Holocaust denier actually was very, very serious. That was not cool at all. But yeah, so we've gotten a few more than usual. When I get bored, I let them up. Sometimes we find a good person. Most of the time, it's a disastrous failure. I don't know. It doesn't bother me much.
Sandy's been. I mean, she's been talking about it last night and today. She's shocked by it as well. If Sandy's shocked, then it must be accelerating towards the November
Right.
election. I think it must be. And also one thing I've noticed about maggots, even if they are mild maggots, that they
For posterity. I tell you what,
no,
Oliver, if ever I find my neck up the water,
I do it on
and I'm
purpose.
being and I'm being washed away by a hurricane, I will remember the mild maggots.
No, you got to shout maggot. You have to shout
Yeah.
maggot, maggot. But basically, the maggots they seem to be incredibly easily swayed and influenced. They just do what they're told,
They
don't
are.
they?
They are like that. They are influenced by disinformation.
Yeah.
Is one of the reasons why they're influenced by small and narrow-minded thinking that in no way implies logic of any capacity.
No, it's like being infected with something. I mean, I think of the movie,
Yeah,
28 Days
well, it is
Later,
actually.
run
It's
from the
being-
infected.
yeah.
You know?
Yeah, you see, the thing is, it is possible to be infected by a narrow-minded virus. It actually encompasses a lot of people, and I'm afraid to say it blanket spreads globally. Where you get one person, and then you get someone else affected by it. Before you know it, you've got about I don't know, let's say about 250,000 small-minded, individuals that are not able to encompass knowledge or information.
Right. So, in other words, we've all got to be very vigilant from now on. More so than ever.
I'm afraid that is the case of it, Oliver. Yeah, I think we have got to be more vigilant than we can ever imagine, really. Under the situation.
I'm thinking, first of all, there's no such thing as
yeah, that's it.
exactly.
Yeah.
The second thing I'm thinking is Lost Sue is sitting here with the 3 Anglo guys, a Norwegian guy, and a German guy. Like he's got the entire European invasion going on here. It's not. I mean, a good thing we're having a good party and a good time, but I don't know, man. And Heffrey.
Yeah, I know. There's that old saying of that song, isn't there? Good times have done me wrong. But there's a little bit of that coming through. All we need now is to someone step up with a microphone and a little bit of something that in a jauntily mode of some capacity or another.
That's Joel. Joel will sing if he has too much to drink. Joel gets out the guitar and starts singing.
Well, that's ideal. We could encompass that actually as a little sort of. We could call that sort of a moment of extrovert. What would we call it? We could have this on a Saturday, couldn't we? A moment of relaxation.
Where in the world does that fit in with the indigenous rights and the native knowledge? That we're saving the world.
True, actually, yeah.
Right? We're supposed
is
to
there
be,
a place?
Yeah, we have our friend the medicine man with us here. He's very smart and enjoyable and fun. But we can't go too like over the top European here, right?
Oh, we mustn't do that. No, we must stick to the roots of what's got to be done. And I'm afraid to say that we must prevail with a sense of the direction that you're steering us with, Alex, with your encompassing ability to hold together this space on a Saturday with conviction and determination in order to encompass minds. Oh,
well, now Robert, Red Cloud is listening to us, right?
Yes, I'm aware. Yeah, I know.
Hopefully he's laughing, right? Like hopefully the white guys are just going silly again.
I think he probably would be. Yeah. I don't want to give too much credence to my ability to be able to think in straight lines. It might cause serious problems to somebody. Yeah.
Red Cloud is sitting there going, these guys are just like Mr. Magoo. He needs to go up.
You're not wrong, Lasso. You're not wrong, actually. I'm sure you're sitting there, Lasso, and you're thinking, dear God, not another white guy spouting absolute whatever. Yeah. Yeah, it's let's just keep it real like we do on this space
Keep
on
it
a
real.
Saturday.
Well, why, Robert, why going south, the Norwegian dude living there in Greenland, his state of Greenland that I couldn't possibly pronounce is bigger than California. It's probably bigger than England. But he does have his hand raised, and we are supposed
We
to
better let
respect.
go in South speak, actually. Yeah, I think I should. Yeah, so
Yeah,
the
thank
floor
you.
is all yours going
Thank you.
south. Okay.
Thank you. I would just like to say that because there was another audio glitch after I spoke. Actually, it was while I spoke as well. So I didn't get to hear any responses if there were. So just to reiterate shortly that I could post this as a disinformation kind of question or topic, because what I was talking about was these German and Dutch climate scientists who were jumping up and down with the hair on fire about the ocean freezing between Norway and UK, right? So what do you think about it, and do you accept or should we be angry at that kind of disinformation from the European Union or from the countries in Europe? And are they damaging, the larger cause of climate policies with that kind of questionable science about the oceans? Thank you.
Yeah, we just can't have any disinformation at all, and ocean scientists. The ocean is 71% of the Earth's surface. Ocean science is so completely complicated. Not only is there the fluids and the dynamics, the thermodynamics of the ocean chemistry, then you've got all the life in the ocean, including the coral reefs that have 25% of the ocean's biodiversity. So the ocean is extremely complicated topic, and disinformation thrives with complicated topics. Politics, oceans, you will find disinformation when the topic is really, really complicated. When it's something simple, they have a hard time doing the disinformation. The scientists in the developed nations, they've got some problems too. The thing is, we have enough scientific knowledge for general purposes, for the layman. We know enough science at this point for most people's purposes. So we've got to separate between the scientists and between the regular people. And we don't need to go out there and establish new science. Unless we get something like a quantum breakthrough or a fusion breakthrough, a mega science breakthrough, we don't really need any more science. A fusion breakthrough, if we could create cheap fusion energy tomorrow, yeah, that would have a gigantic impact on all the stuff we talk about. That's the kind of stuff Pup just loves, where he must have gone to Domino's or something. But the science we have is enough for most of our purposes. It's like pi, 3.14. You don't need much of that for most architecture, most engineering. You don't need to go to 80 decimal places. So then we get to the scientists. They do pretty well in our civilization. They get funding, they study stuff. There are some issues there because they just study mostly what the corporations and the governments tell them to study. So there's some areas that are overstudied and some that are understudied. I think disinformation is pretty simple. You talk to people, you have conversations, you write stuff, you make videos, what we all do, these mediums. And either you're pretty clear about it and simple, or you're not clear and it's a big mess. And those people who are deliberately making messes in their communication, they're just getting more wrong every day. They're not helping the Native people. They're not helping women. They're not helping our Latino friends. They're not helping anybody. Matter of fact, they're pretty much making things worse. So this whole disinformation scheme, I see the social media here really as a gold rush. I think it was yesterday Lost was laughing about gold again, but that they have figured out. Yeah, go ahead, Lost.
I was gonna say, you got to get that gold out of your eyes, y'all. Okay, that shit's no good for you. All right, it's not gonna help you. It's gonna make you sick and give you stomach cancer. Okay.
Yeah. That this social media is a gold rush for millions of people. The internet, social media, they just feel they've got gold. They all think they're going to be Andrew Tate next week. They've got gold fever. Most of you that I know here, I mean, Effie just doesn't care how many followers she has. Oliver certainly doesn't care. Robert
No,
doesn't.
I'm not. I don't give a damn. But I would say what Going South was saying about the nonsense to do with the AMOC. It's what is okay. Just a minute. What could be said is that all the stuff about the Scotland and Halifax and Greenland and blah blah all freezing up is a bit of a side event because it's all about precipitation, reduced precipitation in the mid-latitudes, changing patterns of strong precipitation in the tropics and Europe, and strengthening storms that follow the North Atlantic track. So it's much more about the stuff that affects us all, what we're going through now. So it's worth, this hang up about the turning, the overturning being about everything being freezing is a bit misplaced, to be honest. So I thought I'd stick that in there. I suppose it's why we have to keep up with the the truth, as it were.
Yeah, the Norwegian institutes I was talking about, the three different scenario is that yes, if this ocean current should go slower or less, we will see a steady warming in Scandinavia and Britain and the northeast Atlantic, but the warming will be slightly slower up there than it is in Spain, for instance, right? So opposed to what the Dutch and German scientists are saying, that it will plunge into a new ice age 20-30 degrees colder. It's just going to go slower into the warm climate future than France and Spain. So that's quite a big difference. And I really can't understand how these two neighboring countries, Germany and Norway, can exist with their top scientists being so opposed without sort of fighting it out. So that's kind of a fascination for me recently to see. Have they never met? Have they never been in a debate about this? Have they never been to the same COP talking about this? What the fuck is happening? Fascinating.
Yeah, I was talking about the gold rush on social media, getting the views and so forth. The first thing we know is if we have a good fight, a good argument and a fight and a violent, digital fight here, people come to watch. We get lots of engagement. So that's part of all this negative vibe on Twitter, and some of the scientists might know that as well. That Leibniz and Newton would fight. They all had terrible fights. The scientists have an odd psychology. They have the gold rush pursuit of science. They're very obsessive on maintaining the scientific method, and it leads to some odd psychology to the rest of us in comparison. I don't know the details of the Norwegian and German scientists. In many ways, us non-scientists have to leave them alone and let them conclude their business. They are the peers. They understand each other. They have huge disagreements among their details of their discipline. And they just love getting into it with each other. The problem starts to become when they're explaining to the rest of us the science to make that bridge. And the problem with climate science is they're really scared. Dr. Mann and Dr. Hayhoe and Dr. Kalmus, Schmidt, Rockstorm, all those guys, Kevin Anderson, they're really, really scared. It's palpable. They're afraid. And they don't communicate so well to begin with. They want us to do something. They really can't do anything but study more science, make the hypothesis, conduct the experiments, make the conclusions, publish their papers, have peer reviews. That's what they do, and it's great. It's a wonderful thing. But when they get scared with their results, and they're coming to the general public, is with us. Always good to see Dr. Mike. And I don't know if he misses spaces yet. He's semi-retired for now from the spaces, our mad and crazy world of spaces. We have to have science today. Clearly, look at the internet. Look at these devices. They're a result of scientific research. Just clearly, the electronics, the metals, the theory, the software, it's all from science. And yeah, without the science, without this technology, even without the fossil fuel technology, the Earth would only be able to keep 600 million people alive without all this science technology stuff. So, 7.5 billion people are kept alive thanks to all this science and technology. Yeah, go ahead, Green.
Yeah, I just want to connect to that because, last week was an announcement from Fortescue Metals, which is a big Australian mining company, and they placed the biggest order with the German engineering company Liebherr. So Liebherr is famous for cranes, excavators, trucks. They have an aero division, so a massive engineering company, and they received a 2.5 billion euro order for, I think, 357 mining trucks for this Australian mining company. And these massive, gigantic trucks are fully electric. So talking about changing industries, pivoting from fossil fuels, the thing is we will need mining for the energy transition. There's no way around it except a degrowth on a level nobody will accept. So for the extraction of certain elements, we will need mining, and it is amazing to see this order and pivoting, investing 2.5 billion euros. I think, what is it? I don't know the exchange rate. Maybe it's 2.8 billion US at the moment, close. Yeah. However, and because you mentioned science, the German Minister for Education and Science, not even I think about a year ago, she said in some industries, heavy industries, it is not able, it will not be possible to switch to electric, and we will need e-fuels and all this BS. Yeah. So that is just great to see that change is happening in some industries where we wouldn't even expect it to be. And this is Andrew Forrest. He's the richest Australian, nicknamed Twiggy, and he's a huge climate activist. Sometimes, you don't expect it from a mining magnate, but he's driving change.
I just heard from our friend Mindy. I don't know if she's even listening here, but she informed me her MAGA sister is visiting, and she's in hiding. So I want to let Mindy know that we all support her. I don't know what happens when you have a MAGA sister, how that goes. Do you talk climate? What do they tell you? I can't imagine. I don't allow.
Come out and the ring gets put up. That's what happens.
I think let's go to Effie. Effie is has her heart in the right place.
Oh, was that all? No, thank you. I was going to say about MAGA relatives out of the 8, that I'm part of. I'm the only blue. Everybody else is MAGA. And I don't know what they see in this guy, but it's sad. And we don't talk anyway, but still. There's so many out there like that. They have issues, they have attitudes, denial. Anyways, that's it.
Thanks, Effie. I don't know. I'm a fascist or something. I don't allow the MAGA in my house. I have no MAGA friends, no MAGA relatives. I'm just a kind of hard line person with this stuff. And if that's 2024, we've got 31 days. We've got to make sure Harrison Walls win. The House looks good. The Senate, there's some hope. Allred in Texas is running a very good race. Sherrod Brown there, many others. What do you think, Robert?
Yeah, I was just it's just that bit about MAGA. It's something that got me thinking, actually. I'm sure others here have people who are associated with MAGA try to follow them. I know I do. I seem to get a lot of people who support MAGA try to follow me, and I just won't have any of it, as you probably don't even need me to tell you. I won't tolerate that trash. I have to put it like that. So anybody who's MAGA that comes and follows me, they're immediately blocked by me, because I just won't tolerate that rubbish at all. Anything to do with Trump and Vance and any of it, or any person who pushes MAGA in any way on my doorstep, will just get the shortest of shifts. I wanted to just add that to the conversation, simply because it was mentioned, the MAGA word was mentioned there, and I just thought, oh yeah, I get quite a lot of people trying to try it on with me. Who are MAGA supporters, and they must think that I'm thick or something, because they underestimate my, what I'm going to do about it, because I just won't tolerate it at all. I think that brainwashing cult, as I call it, which is exactly what it is just another way of fascism trying to be pushed under people's noses without a lot of people even realizing it. And I think the more people that can be vigilant and understand that MAGA is nothing more than total fascism, and has nothing to offer in any democratic circumstances, and it has nothing democratic to do with anything at all. The more people that realize that across our planet, the better there can possibly be. And if I may add, the more people that do not tolerate MAGA in any capacity, or tolerate anything to do with the Republican Party pushing it, or any other Republicans that are trying to push the MAGA aspect or the Gold Party under people's noses, the more people that can be educated to understanding that, in my mind, can only be to the greater good for societies, not just for the American society, but for all societies across our planet. So anyway, without the need to go on and on about it, I'll leave it at that. And Effie has got her hand up. I just want to say hi to you, Effie. Love you loads, and thank you for all you do for the environment, Effie. It's deeply appreciated. Your posts are deeply appreciated by me and many other people. I just wanted to get that in as well. So I'll let you speak now, Effie. Thanks again.
You're so beautiful, and you always,
Thanks,
always.
Effie.
I mean, that really means a lot.
Thanks,
you.
Effie. You're a star. You're a real star. Never forget that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your support and sweetness.
You're
I
most
forgot what I
welcome,
was
Effie.
going to say.
You're most welcome,
Thank you.
honestly. Thank you.
Thank you. What were we talking about just now?
Oh, we were just talking about MAGA and the way, personally, Effie, I won't tolerate anything to do with MAGA from anybody at all. It's just a cult in my mind, a dishonest, lying cult that has no place in the American society and no place in anybody's society, in my mind. So that was what I was on my soapbox, potentially.
You're so great. Um,
Thanks again, Effie. You're a star. Thank you.
welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, I felt guilty about disowning. They disowned me, and I disowned them after we tried to reunite. And I just couldn't. They haven't grown. They really haven't grown, and I just couldn't go back. It's a big issue, so I just felt I'm by myself, and I can make my own decisions. I don't need your talk or your disbelief, and it's a waste of time. And I don't let people follow me if I know, that they're MAGAs. They get blocked immediately too, because
That's
all
well
it
said,
does.
Effie. Yeah, you actually said some brilliant points there, Effie. If I hope I haven't interrupted you in any capacity.
No, that's okay.
There. So, but yeah, absolutely, I couldn't agree more with you. It infuriates me anything to do with MAGA, because I associate it with the brainwashing, lying lump of you guessed it, who is Trump. And I just I hate to have to say it when you actually dislike someone with a passion, but that is how I feel about Trump. I just dislike the man with a passion that is so all encompassing that I just want to slap him. I'm sorry to have to say it, because that's how I feel about him. It just makes my goddamn blood boil. That goddamn man and his ignorance. Sorry, I was interrupting somebody then.
I gotta say, let us not forget, he claims he wants to run this country like his businesses. But
Very
he's gone
true, Green.
bankrupt
Yeah,
he's gone
Green.
bankrupt 8 times. He's bankrupt 8 companies.
Yeah, absolutely. The character of the man, he doesn't have a character. I know I don't need to say that to anyone here. He's an unscrupulous charlatan of a businessman.
Robert, let's let Lost Sue finish his remarks there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely, Lost Sue. Please continue. Yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
just saying, like, the guy has gone bankrupt 8 companies. He borrowed a few million from his daddy. He's not a self-made millionaire. He's a trust fund kid with a silver spoon in his fucking hand. I don't know how many different companies he's literally ripped off when they've done a whole bunch of work, and then he refused to pay them because, he'll build the bullshit of, oh, well, I didn't like the job they did, so I'm not giving them the money that I owe them for all the work they did. He's done all kinds of shit like that. But unfortunately, I think what it is that attracts some of these people to him is that he was on that pro TV program,
Apprentice,
right?
The Apprentice.
Yeah, Apprentice.
Mm.
Yeah. So that's the only attraction, is that he was on The Apprentice. He promised to drain the swamp in his first time in. He didn't even do that. He never kept any of his promises, and just made things worse. So I think what it is just they see somebody being on TV on a show, and all of a sudden, they're starstruck. It's like they're picking up on the Inquirer and reading, the tabloid garbage, and being all fascinated with that. I think that's the problem is that they don't there are people who literally are so brainwashed. There's nothing that any one of us can ever say or do to change their mind. They're just that brainwashed. I don't even know what to do with these type of people. Like, I can't send them back to Europe, because Europe will say, fuck off. We don't want these fucking idiots.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
What do you do? Grab all the plastic that's in the southern waters, make an island out of it in the middle of buttfuck nowhere in the ocean, and say, here you go. Do your thing there. I don't know, right? But I don't know. But I do know that, that man literally, like, they're like, oh yeah, we're going to get rid of your democracy when I get back in. You won't be able to vote anymore. We're going to do away with voting. Wait, are you a fascist oligarchy country, or are you a democratic country? Because if you're a democratic country, that should scare the fuck out of you. Anyone saying that they're going to get rid of voting and you'll be stuck with a president for however long they live. That's fucked up. Just, food for thought. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, totally agree there, Lasso. Totally agree. Some great points there. I have to agree with you. When I heard about that, someone would speak with such arrogance to such a level that they say, no, you don't need to vote for us anymore. We'll do away with voting. You've got to be so spectacularly arrogant at a level that is beyond disbelief. And you've actually got to be a pretty sick individual in the head to even contemplate such an idea, when America is the actual foundations of America are supposed to be on democracy and free speech and freedom. To be able to say that, it's an absolute disgrace and a travesty to the American people in its entirety. An absolute goddamn disgrace. The man needs a slap just for saying those words alone. Never mind about anything else. The arrogance of this old git, as I call him, is just it's beyond disbelief. I don't believe that the American people are going to let that fascist through the doors of the White House. I'm not going to let myself believe it anyway. I think the American people, in their minds, I think they're more intelligent than that. I really do. I think Harris Waltz will hopefully, and I pray with all fingers crossed, wipe the floor with that old idiot, which is what he so richly deserves. I just want to see him disgraced. I want to see him ground into the dirt and humiliated, which is something that was said actually in not so different words by my good friend Lakota Man in one of his posts, and said that how many of you wants to see Trump and the GOP, Grand Old Party, totally humiliated? And yeah, we do want to see that happen to him and that party. We want to see them ground into the dust, never to bother anybody again. I feel so goddamn strong about the situation with Trump and the GOP. It's just, it just makes my blood boil. Anyway, I'll leave it at that with it, because I think I've said all I need to for the moment. So I'll hand it back to you, Lasso.
I just got to say real quickly, if you're a constitutionalist who believes 100% in the Constitution, you should realize that by him stating that he's going to remove voting and you'll be stuck with a president without being able to vote anyone else into office, that's literally violating the Constitution.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if you're that should fucking
totally
worry your ass.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. Some excellent points there. For somebody to actually come out and say that it is violating the constitutional rights of America, and it cannot be tolerated. It can't be tolerated. It mustn't be tolerated. We must not, it must not be allowed to be able to come to fruition at any level. I think that's all I can say at the moment.
It's treason, isn't it?
It
Robert?
is,
It's
Oliver.
like
Yeah,
treason.
that's a great word for it. It is a great word. Treason.
They don't have a
Yeah,
monarch, so
it
you,
is.
it's slightly
Yeah.
different. Yeah.
Yeah,
They got rid of the
absolutely.
monarch.
Yeah, that's it, Oliver. You got it.
It just doesn't help anybody. The Trump and MAGA are not going to help the 574 native tribes. They're not going to help the black community, the gay community. They're not going to help the women.
Absolutely, Alex. No, they're not. They're going to try
They're
to.
not going to help
continue
the
to try to wipe,
environment. Yeah, there's no silver lining this time. There's no, and as lawsuits just said, if they take voting away, we're all going to have to go to Mike in Canada's house. Mike has graciously invited us to stay with him. I'm not sure Mrs. Mike is aware of this yet, but we'll have a good time. Arthur can come, and Dr. Mike and Cheryl, Letitia. We can all meet up in Mike's house there. He invited us. He does have a swimming pool. Sometimes he dresses up in ladies' clothing, but no, he does, and unfortunately, he doesn't look well either. He looks like one of those guys in Monty Python. Yeah, no, Mike Canuck, 1963. He has great spaces. He's a fine guy, and he has invited us to live with him if Trump wins. Though I don't think Mrs. Mike has invited us. And I voting is critical. As long as we can vote, as long as it's pretty fair. I used to say voting, free press, the courts, and the right to public assembly. Those four elements are just critical to democracy. If they kick some of those elements out, it's not looking good. We know this. We know that. We know about the proto-fascism. We all hate fascism. We want to get rid of it forever. We all hate hatred and racism. We know these things. That's sort of all the politics we all have in common. And many, many people are very, very stressed out about this election for good reason. And we hope to use these spaces to help it to be easier for people to get through this election this time. Certainly when we were kids, when we were young people, we didn't have this. We would talk to our own friends and our family. So again, Mindy, that started this conversation, I told her it sounds like a horror story that her MAGA sister's visiting, and she said, "Yeah, I feel like I'm living in a horror story." It's so common. Victoria's mom is MAGA. It's like she doesn't know what to do, and so many of the people we hear from have the MAGA relatives. I know Dr. Mike. He just disappeared. He's got the MAGA neighbors. So many people. It's difficult. And we just can't talk with them. I can't talk with them as a human being. Just chit chat. Just, hey, how you doing? How was your day? Nice weather. Oh, you see what that squirrel's doing over there? I can't talk to those people like that. I don't know. Maybe I need to learn some new tricks in my conversation. They won't talk sports. They won't talk music. They won't talk movies. They won't talk weather. What are you supposed to do? I mean, as Law Sue says, they've just had too much of the sauce.
Earth, welcome back up. What's going on, homie?
Hey, I don't know what's going on with this. Every single time I get brought up here, it mutes Alex. So I just wanted to mention that they're now forecasting a tropical storm. Milton is going to be turning into a hurricane by Wednesday of next week and hitting west coast of Florida. After apparently they're going to be inundated with some pretty heavy rains. So we might see another situation like what's going on in Tennessee, North Carolina, in Florida. Its trajectory is to go straight across the state and then into the Atlantic. So hopefully North Carolina will be free of that water, but more water is on the way. And that's just something to look out for if there are any Floridians here.
Dude, if there are any Floridians left anymore.
Once in 1,000 years, eh?
Yeah.
Every other week.
I mean, did you see the report in North Carolina? They want to get a militia together to repel FEMA.
Yeah, it's extraordinary. Just
Extraordinary.
bizarre.
Bizarre.
Yeah, just, sinister. Mind you, that video of the two comedians or whatever they were talking to Trump supporters at the rally was very, very sinister as well. I forgot what they called. Somebody mentioned the names of them, but if you haven't seen it, you do see it. It's very interesting and just very weird, the whole thing. And they're very good. The two guys are very good, very good.
Yeah. I'm chatting with Mindy. I don't know if you remember Mindy, Garth's partner. She seems to be
Yes.
running the ball. She just sent me the hurricane path of Milton. And then she says that is Russian disinformation. That's how they will do this about female militia.
Of course. Yes,
So maybe we should just. I got a message from Leon in Italy. Wants to know what I'm doing right now.
Oh.
Leon writes novels in Italy. I don't.
Oh, different Leon.
A different Leon. He's in Venice. I think we might as well follow Mindy. She says we need people to be aware of that language for what it is. Mindy was briefly in our club, and we had the huge battle with Professor Bill. And
that's right. Yes, I remember that. It's coming back.
yeah,
to
it's
me.
unfortunate because Mindy's extremely bright. But anyways, Sandy's back with us.
Yeah.
Hi.
About that hurricane, which is my 90-year-old mother lives in Sarasota, and we finally got it through to her that she should leave. So she's gonna go. She's getting tickets and flying to Westchester County, New York, to stay near my brother. I don't trust it, especially when you follow Jeff Baradelli on on X. He is a Florida climate scientist, meteorologist, and she tends to be. My mother's in great shape, but she tends to be a little bit too cavalier about it can't happen to me. And I sent her everything, and she's decided to get the fuck out of Dodge.
How many brothers do you have, Sandy?
Two. One
Two,
in Oregon,
okay.
one in Oregon, and one in the New York area. But it's just my, I can't go down even because New York to Buffalo, it's like 7 hours. But at least if she gets out, we don't have to worry. Because it's just, this one really doesn't look good if Jeff says it,
I do chat occasionally with, direct message with Jeff. And
he's fantastic.
He's fantastic. I've been trying to get him on the space forever, but he has a very young baby, two. And so he's normally very busy on Saturdays.
Yeah. Antonio interviewed him many years ago on our channel.
Sweet.
Yeah, he's wonderful. I trust him. And that's why I said to her, this is nothing to take, even though all these other old people go to her house to shelter, this time I just think everybody should, if you're in harm's way, I think they should just go.
I don't even know what to say, but that.
I'm glad she can afford to do it.
True. That is true. She has the option. We see that constantly in places of disaster and war. I remember in that 2002, 2003, when they invaded Iraq, the week before, all the rich people were on the Syrian border in their Mercedes with their passports, just leaving. Like the rich people always know that these disasters are coming, they manage to leave. So it's perpetually the poor people that are stuck in the war zone, stuck in the path of the storm, and all this stuff is interconnected. Jeff is in the Tampa Bay television, the weatherman, and he's awesome on climate change, climate crisis, the role of fossil fuels. And it's really one of my goals to see a national climate TV in prime time on the cable TV, on something, on ABC, PBS, CNN. A man says that he and Aho have pitched to CNN and MSNBC a climate show, and they just can't get it done. But we so badly need like mass media climate show, even if it's bad, even if it's stupid. Yeah.
But at least Florida has Jeff Baradelli. I mean, it's Florida. The governor strikes the words climate change out of everything, yet Jeff is still broadcasting what he does in Florida. So there's a little hope, you
Well,
know.
one of the refrains I constantly say is 5.2 million people voted for Biden in Texas in 2020, the second most of any state. So we think of Texas as this great red, monolith red place. No, it's blue. And you go in all those cities of Florida, you're going to find huge swaths of blue. Our great buddy Big John, is the sculptor, is down there in Florida. I mean, he lives there. And we know there are all kinds of radical, crazy, fun, wild, cool people in Florida. It's not just clear red straight across. But that said, yeah. Oh, okay. That said, I'd like to see Jeff's, show be much, much bigger, right across the nation. America loves the stupid pop culture. Why not have Jeff be the pop culture? With the huge, put Snoop Dogg on Jeff's show, have some
He
fun.
would be phenomenal on a large platform that could reach gazillions of people. But for now, I suppose he's happy that he does have the platform that he has. And I'm grateful, And
Absolutely. The program is to just keep accumulating these people. The first time I saw Earth Punk there, I was a little suspicious. I still remember, but I was like, "Oh heck, I'm bored. Let's listen to him." And Earth Punk gives us great speeches, in his style. And Law Sue just called him homie. I mean, it doesn't get tighter than that. So we keep accumulating and keep meeting and keep going. And whether it's Jeff or Greed Washing or Mindy, who's very bright and has been writing me stuff. I have no idea if she's listening. It's all good. The program is working. I don't know the positive attitude when you're in a project, an art project, a scientific project, a political project. There is something about the positive attitude that leads to a positive result. I don't know, quite. The British guys can't help that. It's part of their culture. A little bit of positivity, a little bit of a sunny day, a little bit of our team is going to win today. It certainly improves the odds of a successful project. And we started this year the greed and colonialization of big oil, and that book's about what we can do about it in practical terms. And then the oddness of our dear friend Dr. Mann, the odd, brilliant scientist, and his life on social media. How did that become such a major story? Business, with a loss of faith and in our corporate instantly.
just killing time. We're the last ones to survive. In this life we borrow, we are forced to break the law. If we can feed in this world, we are doomed to stay alone. Just I need something to fill me up. I need something to kill the rest. The world is ending, but I don't care. We will die, but I don't care. The world is ending, but I don't care. We will die, but I don't care. Suddenly the sense inside me, suddenly the fears inside me gone. Suddenly the sense inside me, suddenly the fears inside me gone. We're just killing time. We're the last ones to survive. In this life we go, we are forced to break the law. If we can't feed in this world, we are doomed to stay alone. So I need something to fill me up. I need something to kill the rest. Suddenly the sense inside me, suddenly the fears inside me gone. Suddenly the sense inside me, suddenly the fears inside me gone. World is ending, but I don't care. We will die, but I don't care. Trust. The world is ending, but I don't care. We will die, but I don't care. Trust.
woman president, a Jamaican president, a president of Indian descent. It'll be time for a Native American president, and that's the November 6th issue for us, right near the top of the agenda for sure. Yeah, I think President Red Cloud has a good sound. Red Cloud's ancestor defeated the U.S. Army. He's very proud of that fact. They whipped them, sent them home with their tails between their legs, and it gives Red Cloud a wonderful air to him. Arthur really, he really is quite confident. So he would make
King Arthur.
King Arthur.
President Arthur. King Arthur. President Arthur. I'm easy.
I mean, I hope Red Cloud doesn't mind that he's been appointed. I mean, there's a possibility he doesn't want to do the job, it's a lot of weight on his shoulders. We got 126 people in the club. He'll be from 27 nations. He'll be responsible for a lot of heat, So I hope he's not doesn't get mad at us for just making him president while he was away.
Well, put it this way, part of my studies for the coal has been about Australian coal. I hear Green Kraut talking about mining, and I suddenly thought, oh my God, they're going to be using electric trucks for digging up coal. But I'm not sure I was right about that. I think it was about other earth minerals and so on. But I also studied the Aboriginals people, one of the 4 main tribes, and they have a permanent protest where actually in person right there by the coal for the open cast mine, and they're not going away. They've been there for about 2 years, I think now, and they're going to be there for a lot longer, and they're just sticking
Oliver,
it out.
as I understood it, they've been there for 60,000 years, not 4 years.
Exactly. That's my point entirely, is that it's their land, it's their sacred land, and they're not going away, and they are going to continue with their their main traditional roles and practices right there until they stop these miners. And it can't, it may take a while, but they will do it. So we'll see. Anyway, we'll see. But my little point is basically this: is these people know how to manage their land. So Native Americans obviously know how to manage their land. So it is an absolute natural right for them just to go back to doing that. Ideally in some kind of partnership, but not necessarily. I mean, I'm not one to judge. I'm an alien anyway to America. So, but it's just basically their right to be doing that again. They do it much better anyway. So, more strength to their arm.
It's certainly been a goal of ours forever to have a conversation with the First Nation Australian is a major goal, and we have Joel, Floofy, Green Kraut, Snivelis, Dino, Old Pat, Becky, of course, just tons and tons of Australian friends. And matter of fact, Dino's listening to us now, Oliver. Do you know Dino? You would quite like him. He's a musician.
Yes, yes, I do, yes.
And his wife is a visual artist, a very good people. But it has been a major goal of ours to discuss life with a First Nations Australian person. We clearly would learn so much. And you're absolutely right. If someone knows how to live with the land, how to work with the land, how to coexist, how the land thrives. When the land thrives, the people thrive. It's just so obvious. You're cutting down all the trees, pouring mercury everywhere and sludge and crap.
Yeah.
The land does not thrive. The people do not thrive. It's not rocket science.
And now at the time when we're having massive weather events and everybody's starting to sort of look around and thinking, oh, can we just carry on as normal? Now we have to have to get these people prepared for all these events instead of saying to them, you have to change your ways now. We have to get them prepared. It just seems so insane, the whole thing.
It's insane. It really is. And it's what Nietzsche said. The individual is rarely insane, but the group is almost always insane. It's a very profound one. It's a very profound one. I do want to give a shout out to Cheryl, our pal Cheryl Oliver. who for whatever reason was the eye of the hurricane this week. And Cheryl's just a good person, and
Absolutely.
no worries. I want to give a shout out, though he disappeared, so why bother? I was working hard with Dr. Mike there for 2 months on the politics with the blue activists, and I think Dr. Mike has had enough spaces. I don't blame him. So I'm feeling better the last 3 or 4 days, getting out of Dr. Mike's world and getting right back into the green world here, back in focus. And it's your program, Oliver. We just do this Saturday after Saturday, one week at a time. We don't stop. 97. We're starting to plan 100 as a big celebration. 26. So before
It feels like there's a slight shift in the matrix, that we are now in a world that is dangerous. I mean, for everybody, but erratically dangerous. And we are going into this time now where we just don't know what's happening from week to week. And people still trying to adapt themselves to their normal everyday life as it has been for the last, what would you say, 150 years? I don't know, that sort of thing. And it's not right. It's not the way to do it. You know, the preparedness has to be much more thorough now and much more concerted. It really does have to be much more integrated into daily life, because it's not going to get any better.
No, it's going to get worse, and we know that. And I think this group is so prepared that even Hurricane Helene here isn't such a great shock to us, because we talk about it constantly. The big climate shock, the huge climate event that's going to shock America or anywhere else in the world. We've talked about it endlessly for years. So we're not so taken by surprise. We were fully expecting, right, the hurricane to go 360 miles into the country, 500 kilometers, 2,000 feet high, right? What is that? 700 to 650 meters, right?
A monster,
That we were fully expecting something like this. We as a group aren't so surprised by events, but the rest of America is surprised as hell. We've been hearing from those people. And yeah, the next event's going to happen. The flood, the wildfire, the drought, the huge storm. These things are just going to, that's what climate crisis means. These things will keep happening. The heat domes, the changing jet streams, the rising seas, one thing after another. And I was saying to Loie the other day that I think the real danger is the surprises, the things we can't guess that are going to happen.
Exactly.
The weird ones. Let's go right to Letitia and see how her day's going in Minnesota, the state we all love for sure. If I think she might have crashed. That the mental preparedness sure helps. So when the shock
Thank you, Alex.
Hi.
I guess I don't hear you. So, but I just heard you saying let's go to Letitia. So I tried multiple times going up and down and it still doesn't work. So I'm going to talk briefly and say hi. Thank you, Oliver. I
All right.
hear.
I gave you a little heads up there. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's incredible times, but nothing that is too surprising. It's just overwhelming, and I posted this cartoon from Greenland, like with the Floridian saying, "That's my third one in a lifetime," and I don't see the media really catching up on everything that's going, and it's focused on USA, North Carolina, LA. So I don't know how it's going to be, and I don't know. I hope Tampa is not hit hard again, but although that seems very likely. And yeah, I mean, so the other thing, talking about what to do, yeah, it's a good question because you want to be positive, drive an action, positive action, and so with all these things going on, what are, what is our what is the campaign going to say, or maybe it's going to be debated? What are the newly elected president going to say? Um, and what are we going to do? And I'm reminding you about the Lexington time that it's undoing DST is a good thing to do for health and for reducing carbon emissions because it increases the consumption and the carbon emissions through cars, heating, and air conditioning. So yeah, thank you. I don't hear anything from Alex, so I'm going to go back to hearing mode and have a good week.
Yes, excellent, and you as well, Letitia. I think the parting shot this week is really all about preparedness. That's how it strikes me after these events, and let's hope that the general population finally don't try and go back to the normal if they can help it, because it is quite shocking, all of it. I mean, truly.
Yeah, we do. One of the things I think people have a hard time accounting for is we move forward in time. You know, we keep going forward in time, and we have more information at our fingertips than Bill Clinton did, and we constantly are getting feedback and giving feedback. So when an event happens in the world, we immediately know about it, and then we provide our commentary, and the event gives more feedback. There's a kind of instantaneous feedback loop. You know, people take their phones, they take pictures immediately, whether it's Gaza, Ukraine, Sudan, or North Carolina. People are instantly providing raw image of the event in real time. This is new. This didn't used to happen. Especially for older people, we just can't account for this. We think we're living in the 70s or 80s, but it's new. We get feedback immediately that we can then instantly comment on. So we're not dependent on mainstream media, the Washington Post or the, ABC News or the BBC. We're getting raw image of these events way before mainstream media has verified they're true. Their rumors on this platform, they fly around like wildfire. Whether it's Noam Chomsky dying, that didn't happen, or many of the other things we hear about. Eugene in particular loves that stuff, the breaking news. But this feedback mechanism today is different. And as we go forward into these terrible storms, floods, whatever the cataclysmic Bible-style event is that happens due to climate change, the climate crisis, it's 2024. So it's a different group consciousness. I might wake up and think, oh my God, I got to shoot Effie a message. Like, this is new. My ancestors didn't do this. It's 7 a.m. I'm chatting with people all around the world. It's like my ancestors didn't do this. We have new tools and new abilities, new powers at our fingertips. So we have to put those. Our minds don't put that in the equation. Our minds are still put in the 70s or 80s. I go ahead, Lost, by all means.
I'm just going to say I need to be dipping out. Thank you all for allowing me to be here and spending time with you all on a beautiful Saturday. And hopefully we'll see you all again soon. In a good way, that is. All right. Thanks, Alex.
All right, love.
Yeah, we're all going to end too. I was going to end 10 minutes ago, but get carried away. Let's hear from Letitia, Matter of fact, Letitia, do you want to take us out of here today? She can't hear me, Oliver. Can you relay that to her?
Letitia, we'll hear from you finally, and then if you'd like to take us out of the group, okay?
Just yeah, just thank you. Just the last word. I wanted to give a shout out to PBS NewsHour. I mean, it's not perfect. They don't cover everything, but they've had very good articles. And on Elene in particular, they were broadcasting how, you know, those storms, they don't have only the deaths that are counted. There's excess death. And it was a good article that also Jeff Berardelli retweeted, and it was also by PBS NewsHour. So I'd like to give a shout out to, and I may always be watching and taking a step back for everything that is said, but I was pleased to see NewsHour picking up that. Thank you.
There's no time away. Can you empathize? Wake me up someday in this life. No more lies to tell. Can you run away? Bloody sacrifice. It's no crime to die and live again. You never lie, disappear. You've been so far, so far away. suffice. Wake me up someday, and we're on the line. No more lives today, and no time. Can you run away in that line when there's no time away? Can you empathize? Wake me up someday in this line. No more lies to tell. Can you away in that bloody sacrifice. It's no crime to die and live again. In the light, we're so good. You've been so far, so far away. There's no